Special meeting for redistricting, March 24th, 2022.
Just 1 second, Chair. We just need to flip the tape. Just 1 second.
Okay.
You're losing your touch, man. You're getting slow.
Are you ready? Mr. City Attorney,
Yes, ma'am.
can you read for the record
Yes, ma'am.
your statement?
Yes, George Weissong, Assistant City Attorney. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of this City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8 disclosure requirement. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the special of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the Chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the Chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 2:30 p.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chairperson. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the chairperson closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided here at City Hall, 3500 Pan American Drive, subject to any and all city rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such a later date. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114, (4), Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the special agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision, strike that. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77, which broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Clerk, would you please read for the record your statement?
Chair, there's nothing for me to read into the record.
Okay. At this time, I will have the consultant present, and I don't see him. Does anybody know where the consultant is? Here he's coming. And he's not coming. Does he know the meeting starts at 2:30?
Paging Mr. DeGrande in the men's room. Paging Mr. DeGrande from the men's room.
Mr. Cody? Good afternoon. We are awaiting you and Mr. DeGrande to provide your presentation. Take the presentation. Welcome, Mr. DeGrande. Thank you for showing up. We're going to have before the presentation? Okay. While Mr. DeGrande and Mr. Cody sets up, our vice chair is going to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair. Upon consideration and consultation, I am informed that I am obligated by Florida law to vote on pending matters unless I have an actual conflict. I do not have a conflict, nor am I aware of any real appearance of conflict. Therefore, consistent with my responsibilities as the City of Miami Commissioner, I am participating in the redistricting legislation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. DeGrande, are you ready to do your presentation? Thank you. You may proceed.
Or that, yeah,
Sorry, that was my fault.
just want to make sure that the PowerPoint, hold on, we're having technical issues apparently. Okay. Go to slide 2.
Getting the beach ball of death. I don't know, it's not behaving.
Getting the PowerPoint to work.
Ah, there it is, slide 2.
Okay. As I was saying, apart from the 6 public hearings, since our February 25th public hearing, you've had each conducted a community meeting in each of your districts to hear from your constituents. So first, permit me to recap some of the discussion that occurred in the last 2 meetings and the directions that we were provided. At the February 25th meeting, we presented our revised plan. Next slide. The Commission voted 4-1 to make the revised plan, shown on the video as the base plan, for consideration of any additional changes, and therefore we have used it as the template for any amendments. Now, at the February 25th meeting, the Commission deferred final action and instructed us to meet again with each Commissioner to address any changes you would like to make. As instructed, we met with each of you between February 25th and the March 11th meeting. And at the March 11th meeting, we also presented revisions to the base plan as were directed by Commissioner Russell and Commissioner King. Commissioners Russell and King advocated in favor of their revisions to the base plan, and after the lunch break, Commissioner Reyes also requested an amendment to delete the areas south of US 1 that had been moved to his district in the base plan. There was some discussion and debate, and there were some votes taken, but there was no consensus on a particular plan. The Commission then moved to defer action on a final plan in order to consider additional changes. The Commission again directed us to meet with each Commissioner, and I advised that I would be preparing individual plans for each Commissioner that wanted to present an option to the base plan. So I'm now going to present those options for your consideration. Beginning with District 1, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla advised that he was in support of the base plan without any modifications. Slide 4. However, he advised he would not have an issue with moving the development called Flagler on the River back into D5. This development, which is shown on the video, has 510 residents. Roughly 73% of the voting age population is Hispanic, 6.28 is Black, and 3.9 is non-Hispanic white. Now, if this area was returned to D5, the overall deviation would be slightly below the 7.6 of the base plan at 7.58. However, it brings down the Black voting age population to 49.97. For District 2, Commissioner Russell's initial March 11th proposal, which is shown on this slide, restored the two areas south of US 1 in the base plan back into D2. These two areas are shown in red on the map that is on the screen and have approximately 2,987 residents in total. Now, it also moves 6,988 residents from D2 to D3. From south to north, this would include the area from where US 1 meets I-95, using South Miami Avenue as the east boundary all the way to the river on the north. And that area, again, is shown in blue on the map that is on screen. But after the March 11th meeting, Commissioner Russell asked us to revise his proposed plan in order to decrease the amount of residents moved to D3 in his initial proposal. The revised plan still restores the areas south of US 1 to D2. Again, those areas are shown in red on the slide that is on screen. Additionally, it reduces the number of residents moved into D3 by approximately 2,300. The reduction results in lowering the overall deviation from 9.3 in his initial plan to 7.49 in his revised plan. The total amount of residents now moved into D3 from D2 in Commissioner Russell's revised plan is 4,670. From south to north, this would include the area from where US 1 meets I-95, using South Miami Avenue again as the east boundary, all the way to Southwest 10th Street on the north. And that area is shown in blue on the map that's on screen. The demographics of those residents are as follows. Hispanic voting age population is 44.6%, Black voting age population is 5.82, and white non-Hispanic is approximately 39%. Now, finally, Commissioner Russell's plan accepts Commissioner King's proposed amendment to restore the area known as the Wharf back into D5. This area, which is shown in blue on this slide, has no population and therefore no impact on the overall deviation. For District 3, Commissioner Carollo chose not to propose an amendment to the base plan. For District 4, Commissioner Reyes' plan makes the following changes to the base plan. First, it accepts Commissioner King's proposed amendment to restore the wharf to D5. It also restores the 1,597 residents that are south of US 1 back into D2. That area is shown in red on the map that's on the screen. Now, this caused the deviation to slightly exceed the 10% threshold, but Commissioner Reyes' plan solves that issue by moving additional population into D3. From Alatka Avenue going north, Commissioner Reyes' plan adds an area from D2 to D3 that includes Bay Heights and continues north past Simpson Park to Southwest 13th Street, and that area is shown in blue. This movement of an additional 2,280 residents into D3 results in an overall deviation of 8.62. The Hispanic voting age of those residents is approximately 51%. with approximately 3% Black voting age population and 39% non-Hispanic white. For District 5, Commissioner King requested that the wharf be restored to her district. She did not direct any additional changes to the base plan. Now, as I've told you all on several occasions, there are thousands of ways to draw a constitutional plan. We have reviewed and analyzed each one of the alternatives, and we are of the opinion that all of them comply with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. However, if you decide to move the Flagler on the River development into D5, we would recommend additional tweaks to the plan to bring the Black voting age population back above 50%. Now, as you recall, you had provided direction regarding the use of certain criteria in developing the plan. The criteria included maintaining the core and configuration of existing districts to the extent possible, moving areas based on voter cohesion, maintaining substantial equality of population, and maintaining traditional neighborhoods whole when feasible. We are of the opinion that the base plan substantially achieves those goals. Of course, you are the policymakers, and it is within your authority to either modify the criteria or promote a plan which differs from that criteria. Now, again, we've brought our computers. We're prepared to make any additional changes to the plans if directed to do so. We will review any additional changes you request and advise whether they meet legal requirements. And with that, Commissioners, I look forward to your discussion and debate, as well as any additional direction you may wish to provide.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to take public comments. There are no public comments? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Williams, a long-standing Grovite, born and reared here, 3523 Charles Avenue, temporarily at 3517 Hibiscus Street. As you are aware, we've attended your meetings, we've listened, we've watched your maps. There are alternate maps that keep the Grove together, and I ask that you all consider that highly. The people have spoken. We've shown up. We've been courteous, respectful, and we take in your thoughts. We trust your guidance, your governance of our communities, but we have spoken. I hope you're listening, and I hope you value our participation as community connected. Please keep the Grove together. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove. First, I want to thank Commissioner Reyes for restoring that piece south of US 1 back into Coconut Grove. That was clearly listening to the input from the citizens of the city here. I also support restoring the wharf into Commissioner King's district. That makes sense to me. It doesn't involve people. It was there before. I support Commissioner Russell's plan and the modification to Commissioner King's. We want to keep the Grove whole. I don't think carving off Bayside is a very good idea. That's part of the NCD and part of the Grove. But people have spoken. We've got over 2,000 petitions here. Hundreds of people have spoken. We appreciate you listening to us and hope you make the right decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, Len Cinto, 3091 Bird Avenue. Thank you all for taking the time to continually revise this. I would take notice with item 5, keeping neighborhoods together where feasible and possible. I've spoke here a number of times about the spirit of the Grove and the things we do as a community in the Grove. That spirit defines the neighborhood. And we've talked about those areas that are trying to be excluded in the base plan as diminishing the spirit of the Grove. And a neighborhood is nothing, it's not a geographical location, it's a spirit. And we know what that spirit is, and we know how we define that neighborhood. So I would ask you, please, to keep the Grove whole south of US 1 and vote for Commissioner Russell's plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove. I would like to, again, also thank all of you for listening to so many of us make comments about Coconut Grove. And I don't think there's really anything else we can say that hasn't been said. Clearly, the residents of Coconut Grove would like to see our community stay together. I know Mr. DeGrande at the last meeting said that he didn't think that Bay Heights was part of Coconut Grove. It is part of Coconut Grove. It's part of the NCD, which is extremely important to the people that live here, the Neighborhood Conservation District. And that's a huge reason to keep Coconut Grove together. I also support Commissioner King's desire to keep the wharf in her district where it belongs. I think that the maps shown by Commissioner Russell pretty much support what we've heard over the many, many times we've been together. So please keep the Grove together. Please keep the Wharf District in District 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, good morning. Nathan Curran, 3132 Day Avenue, neighbors and friends of Coconut Grove. I was a little late in arriving today. I got robbed after filling up my tank with gas. Police officer came and said, can I give him a description of the robber? And I said, yes, pump number 8. Having been robbed once today, I would really like to be a victim twice. Other than Commissioner Russell, we did not elect any of you, but you are our representatives. And we have let you know, like Mr. DeGrande, we have appeared at 5 or 6, Mr. DeGrande, public hearings. 5, 6. 6 public hearings. We have come before you. We have said, leave our neighborhood alone. Not because we're any more special than any other neighborhood. All neighborhoods are important. But this means a lot to us, and there's no way you don't understand by this point how we feel. We want you to leave Coconut Grove alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Snyder, and I live in Coconut Grove. I am very glad to see that these other maps have been produced and have been available here at this meeting, but we haven't gotten to see these maps prior to this meeting or to study them, which is a big shortcoming. I hope it's good. I would like the chance to look at it and study the different ones. And I think to balance the districts would be a challenging task. The population is not even in the districts, but we shouldn't break up neighborhoods to make the districts even. What we need to do is have representation that's appropriate for the areas where people want to live. And some people, want to live along the coast. There's probably more people who want to live along the coast than want to live inland. Also, people need to be able to, they need to be able to enjoy their areas. Anyway, I would hope that we could have more time within this meeting to study those maps. So I hope that can be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
John Snyder, 3980 Hardy Avenue. I would like to speak in favor of Commissioner Russell's plan for redistricting. I think that it takes into account the foremost environmental goal of Miami 21, which states the conservation goals include, number 1, preserving neighborhoods. While this was given the least weight in the consultant's plan, it should have been given the most weight. And we're in favor of preserving neighborhoods. In addition, we may need to increase the number of districts. And I know that he was given the instructions to keep the number of districts at 5. There have been 5 districts as long as I can remember. I came here in 1985, and I believe there were 5 districts at that time. And there are still 5 districts, even though the population has increased significantly. These new people that are coming deserve representation. And if you don't increase the number of districts, the number of constituents that each commissioner has to deal with gets to be burdensome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andy Parrish, 3940 Main Highway. You've already heard about neighbors, and I've always been a big advocate for preserving neighborhoods. But I also think preserving districts is important, and I've watched all of you. I've watched Commissioner Carollo fight the traffic going through his district. I've seen Commissioner Reyes fight for neighborhoods and districts. Commissioner King, our chair, is now fighting hard for his district. So I want to talk a little about deference. Deference used to be, and Commissioner Carollo remembers, that each commissioner gave a lot of deference to his colleagues when their district was most affected. And in this case, the district most affected is District 2. But we have another one coming up. We have a vote on Mel Reese that's coming up, where there's only one commissioner and it's his district. And I would hope you would give him deference, just as I hope you would give Commissioner Russell deference when it's his district most involved.
Are we doing a trade-off?
No trade-off.
Coconut Grove for Mel Reese? Or?
No trade-off. I'm just watching, Commissioner, the deference that used to be given to each district has, maybe because the city's growing so fast, that all of you think now that every decision affects the whole of the community, which it does.
You know what I think? I think from hearing from less than 1/4% of the population from Coconut Grove, that we should go back to running citywide. I would have no problem with that. You know what? Maybe I made a mistake when I was mayor, and to have a balance here, I said to go with districts.
I don't think you've ever made a mistake, Commissioner.
No, I'm human, I make mistakes. So maybe that's what we need to do. Put a referendum, a charter amendment, that we go back and run citywide, like I did and won many, many times, so that everyone gets represented. We don't have to worry about districts anymore. Now, if it happens, then you end up with 5 Hispanics, then don't cry.
I don't cry. And thank you for the time. And I do hope that the deference thing will layer into your consideration today, because District 2 is the one that's most affected. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Tina Gay Bernard, 1871 Northwest South River Drive, Unit 1901, Miami, Florida, 33125. At the last meeting on March 11th, there was a council member that remarked about the race card and not seeing race. And words are really important, so I think we should just review a few. In terms of racism, that's something that's extreme. It's psychologically and economically systemic. Discrimination, which is one level under, is subjective, and it's situationally intentional. And then there's bias. It's general, it can be subtle, obtuse, yet deep-seated, and mute even, until it plays out in shockingly dark ways unbeknownst to prior circumstance. For council members to assert that racism is not at all at play is obtuse. The all-around bias of this redistricting is undeniable. The fact that meetings have been extended, maybe some in secret, so far as to yesterday it seemed like possibly suppress public comment, is discriminatory because it's situationally intentional. One key reason for this redistricting is to quell the voice of the active and very advocate Black community and have the population increase electoral votes for politicians with the latitude to possibly, and quite frankly, marginalize their interests. There's an inextricable link between race, property, and voting that we cannot deny. You had Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, and even here in Miami, Railroad Shop in 1947. It's clear that this redistricting is a modern-day attempt similar to that. The race card is most certainly being played.
Thank you.
As there are no attempts to divide
Thank you.
Surfside, Bal
Thank you.
Harbor, or Brickell. Keep Coconut Grove.
Good afternoon. My name is Bridget Molitor. I live at 2620 High Lola Street. I've been living in the Grove for 30 years. I think we can maybe agree that all the commissioners have done a great job in their own districts. They really know their residents, they know their concerns, they know how to represent them, they know how to fight for them. They know what is important to them and what to do, what is best for the residents. And I think that everyone is passionate about it too. If that is true, then it appears to me pretty logical to me that it should be left to Commissioner Russell to work out a plan that is best for his own district. He is the one impacted the most for the Grove. He knows the people in the Grove. He knows the very specific concerns, all the issues in this very diverse district. He has been dealing with us for years. To all the other commissioners, how many residents have to come up here for you all to understand that splitting of the Grove is really a bad idea? Have you heard one single person come up here that spoke in favor for the original base plan? I have not heard anyone. That should tell you something. The people that spoke out against dividing the Grove will not go away. They simply cannot be silent. They're very passionate people, as you know, and they keep fighting for what is the right thing. So please do the right thing. Say yes to Commissioner Russell's plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you again for your patience in hearing us out. My name is Lucian Förster. I live at 4038 Crawford Avenue in Coconut Grove. Been there since 1983. I support keeping Coconut Grove as one community. I support the Russell Plan, if you will. I support it for several reasons. Most of them have been covered here, but there are two things I want to say. One is there have been insinuations that this is racially motivated, that this is some form of gerrymandering. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what's in the hearts of this commission. But the appearance of that delegitimates our city government. It delegitimates your effectiveness in the minds of the voters. You don't need to go there. The city doesn't need this perceived stain. The second thing I want to talk about is the reason. I've said this before. I'm sorry if I'm a boring old guy. But no one has given a reason why the Coconut Grove should be split. I understand the overriding reasons why there's redistricting, but why what's being done or proposed to be done, there are no compelling, articulated reasons. Give us reasons. We're reasonable citizens. You're reasonable commissioners, but it hasn't happened. This is a policy decision. Nothing more, nothing less. You folks are here for policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Policy is rooted in reasons.
Thank you.
Policy without reasons is a whim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Shelley, and I've been here since 1980 in the same house, owned by myself since 1980. And before that, I moved 31 times with my Air Force parents. I like being in the same house. I like being in the Grove. I love the fact that we're a community and that we joined together, and I've known these people for such a long time. I don't want things to change, and it's lovely. The Grove is lovely being what it is. I don't understand, like he just said, I don't understand why we need to come in and split up a section of the Grove, put it up into another area, when our most populated area is to the north. And I believe Commissioner Russell's proposal shows that and is a pretty good proposal. At least it doesn't come into the Grove, take sections out. And that proposal makes me suspicious and makes me think there's a hidden agenda, because I don't understand, like he just said, this man just said, I don't understand why we need to come in and take out a section when the northern part, northeastern part of Zone 2 is more populated and more likely to be more populated. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Lang. I live at 3901 Braganza Avenue in Coconut Grove. I lived in Coconut Grove for about 40 years. And the first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank Commissioner Reyes. I believe he took his section, he gave back the Central Grove to Coconut Grove. And I'm just going to make it short and ask you to vote for Ken Russell's plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner King, Commissioners, City Manager Noriega, public. Wasn't planning to come here today, but I understood from someone, word of mouth, in the last few days that no one from my area of the Grove has actually been here to speak up. And I live on Crystal Court in North Grove, in the area called Natoma Manor, which is part of the area in contention here. And I will tell you that I identify with North Grove. I connect to the village of the Grove, to the shoreline of the Grove. That is my area. I've gone door to door in the last few days. I've spoken to my immediate neighbors. No one was aware that this was going on in that neighborhood. And we were all up in arms that we hadn't been represented. So I came to be a voice. I brought my neighbor with me, Marlene. We live on Crystal Court. There's at least 5 other people on my street that are like shocked to find out this is going on. And I can tell you no one that I spoke to is in favor of it, and we're all pretty upset about it. I don't see any reason in our interest to do this split. And I think that Commissioner Russell's plan represents our interest, as usual. Thank you, Commissioner Russell. And I don't see how these other plans represent my interests at all. And with all due respect, Mr. Carollo, you know, there may be a conflict of interest from what I've heard, but I respect your statement, and I'll assume that you mean well. But in the meantime, I hope that you all at least hear what we're having to say here, and that my area, Natoma Heights, actually, you know, our interest is to stay in one Grove. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Bob Derez. I live at 200 Southeast 15th Road. I've been a resident of District 2 for 52 years. I believe that the only reason to move black residents up north on the US 1 would be to dilute the value of their vote and their views. I think that's I believe I just heard a commissioner belittle the small amount of people here and who we represent, and the suggestion that we get rid of all the commissioners, just have all the districts, is also just lessening and diluting the vote of all the blacks and all the whites, non-Hispanics in this city. And that's what, and I like Mr. Commissioner's suggestion, and the residents north of North Miami, I think they're all Republicans anyway, so ship them up north. Thank you.
Wait.
Who did you say to ship out? I'm just wanted to hear that. Who were the people who are supposed to be shipped out? I didn't understand.
Republicans.
Mr. Clerk, who did he say that needed to be shipped out somewhere else? I didn't hear.
I believe he referenced a political party, one party in particular.
What party did he say? I didn't hear. I heard Republican.
The gentleman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he said the Republican.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Good afternoon.
My name is Diane Fitzsimmons. I live at 2512 Abaco Avenue, Coconut Grove. I have been in the same house for over 40 years, know my neighbors very closely. I was amazed at the first base map, which I was totally immediately opposed to, where my neighbors 3 blocks on one side of me were going to be removed to another district, and my neighbors 6 blocks to the other side of me, because I'm in that little finger that kind of sticks up. I am really opposed to any changes and to breaking up Coconut Grove. We are a community, and we ask you, commissioners, we are all asking you to keep this community together and give us an identity together, which we've always had. And so I am very much in favor, or 100% in favor of Commissioner Russell's plan, and I would like to see the Grove maintained as a community and as a spirit that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Javier Gonzalez, 3622 Solana Road, Miami, Florida, even though we're known as Coconut Grove. We've been called a lot of things. Coconut Grove residents get called a lot of things. We know that. And one of the things that we are is passionate. We're the ones showing up at these meetings. We're the ones that consistently come here to try to protect our community. And that's something that cannot be denied. Today, everyone speaking is from Coconut Grove. At the other meetings, everybody that's speaking is Coconut Grove. We know what we want. We know what we can accomplish. And one of the things that's frustrating is you've had plans. You have multiple plans. And every time it's, let's pound us. Commissioner Reyes, I thank you. I thank you for that gesture. It was absolutely brilliant. As I've always said, District 4 should always have had Golden Pines. But we're here. We keep coming in with the same comments over and over. Man, if we haven't gotten our message yet, you know, let's do the right thing. There's other plans out there. This can be worked any old way. We've already seen it. So all we ask as Coconut Grove residents is keep the Grove together. You know what? We've been together for a long, long time, and I think we're just passionate about our community. And this is who we are, here every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fleeta Stamen. I'm at 3078 Aviation Avenue. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. I would like to support Commissioner Russell's plan. I'm a native of Miami, Florida, and I've lived in the Grove for over 30 years. I know what a community is and neighborhoods are. And no offense to the committee or the consultants, I just don't see how the first plan presented February 7th makes sense for any neighborhoods. So I'm asking you to please, look at all the people here today. We're here to say we are passionate. I think you all can see that. This is not personal against any commissioners. It's simply to say we're a community, please let us stay together. I think that's the objective of many of the laws that are applicable, and I don't think that the plan that's being proposed achieves any of the suggested redistricting essentials. And put in your Attorney General opinion, I think it's 1101, if you all want to look back at that. But anyway, I ask you to please keep the Grove together, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ozzie Williams. I live at 3021 New York Street. I've been in the Grove since 1957. I've been in the house that I'm living in now at 3021 for 57 years. Please keep the Grove, one Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman and dear Commissioners, I'm Samir Mehta. I'm a cardiologist. We live in 185 Shore Drive South in Bay Heights. and I state this absolutely respectfully to all of you, from everything we have read and researched, we do not see how the redistricting is going to help us. But one thing which we are absolutely certain about, and that's why we are all here, is that there is a real possibility it's going to bring down the prices of our homes. So it's our plea, and I hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Why it's going to bring, I'm curious, why is it going to bring the value of your homes?
I didn't hear you.
I'm curious as to why will it bring the values of anybody's home?
I think a home listed, my home, 185 Shore Drive South, Coconut Grove, has a definitely better value than 185 Shore Drive South, Little Havana. I truly don't think your explanation, I think it is insulting to all of us, your expression. This is a known fact. We have researched it, we've spoken to many people, and the other mistake is none of you have bothered to explain to us your reasons. And all the reasons we find is all political betterment for you. It does nothing to the homeowners.
Thank you.
But-
Thank you.
Chair, one more question to the gentleman. Don't matter what district you're in, your address is still going to be your address, and it's still going to be Bay Heights, not Little Havana.
It doesn't, that's not the complete.
So how can that affect you? We're still one city. Look, when I ran...
My address will not be 185 Shore Drive South.
Yeah, it'll still be the same address.
At the moment, it is 185 Shore Drive South, Coconut Grove. That will not remain that way.
And that will remain that way, sir. What is going to change that?
Not on the basis of all the information we have found.
Then
Okay.
you have gotten false information.
Thank you. We're going to move.
If
we're
my
gonna-
information
thank
is
you.
false, then the information of a lot of residents is false, which only means that you have not done your job to clarify it.
Thank
No,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's all our fault, no matter what.
Good afternoon.
Chair King, honorable commissioners, my name's Brad Brown, and I'm the secretary of the South Dade branch of the NAACP, which, as our president told you last week, is responsible for Miami south of Flagler.
And good afternoon, Commission. Thank you so much. I am Daniela Pierre, the president of Miami-Dade branch of the NAACP, and we stand in support with the community to keep the Grove together, and we also stand in support with the South Dade branch of the NAACP.
We have communicated with you 4 times now, and I don't want to take much of your time, but to say that it really looks possible to be able to have a strong District 5 and keep the strength of the West Grove within one Grove, and we urge you to reach that conclusion today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm confused with something, Chair, if they could explain it to me. Sir, ma'am, can you come back? I don't know if I'm confused in something, or maybe you are, but let me stick this somewhere else so I can see people. Thank you. We'll get it to you before you go, Chair. Make sure nobody takes it. Are you thinking, or has it been suggested to you that somehow in the latest plans that have been discussed, that the Black Grove was being diluted, divided? No, is that what you're saying or thinking?
The West Grove has
The Black Grove. There are 2 different versions, see? When I was a little old boy, that my parents moved me from Chicago, where I learned my politics from Dean Mayor Daley, and I was one of his pets, yes. I went and played football at Coral Gables High, because even though I lived in Miami, that's where I was supposed to go to, with Neil Colsey from the Grove, Ralph Ortega, and others. These guys, Dunn, they all went to the NFL. I wasn't as big as they were, even though I was fast. So I took another route. They were still my friends for many years. And the Black Grove is what was known. There was no such thing as the West Grove. The West Grove, all of a sudden now, is being used, particularly in this issue, to try to cloud what the Black Grove is. So let's go with what it was known for many years, the Black Grove. What are you suggesting that we are looking to divide the Black Grove? And I'm asking a fair question.
So we're suggesting that you keep it together. As
But
been mentioned across the board from all of the meetings that we have heard and from the input that we
Can you
received.
speak in the mic, ma'am, so you can be heard better, if you could?
My understanding is back in segregation, there was basically a legal boundary that defined the Black Grove, as it did so many areas in Dade County.
You're right.
More recently, the city has defined an area called the West Grove, which basically includes much of what was traditionally the Black Grove.
Well, the city hasn't come up with a lot of those. West, east, north, south is people in real estate mainly for their own purpose. Now, when the original plan was submitted by Mr. DeGrande, there were a couple of streets that used to be part of the old Black Grove, but it's still, there were some of the original black families living in there. Sadly, a lot of the streets now have the McMansions, and they're all transplants. So what we did here from the dais, this commission instructed Mr. DeGrande to take those streets out and to only go with the other side on Bird. That was never part of the Black Grove. We're living in 2022. We're not living in the days of segregation or Jim Crow, that blacks have to live in a certain area and they're forced to, they can't move from there. There ain't a single street probably anywhere in Miami or a single neighborhood that doesn't have some percent of African American black people, because we are not living in the days of segregation or Jim Crow. Therefore, I don't care what block you get in Miami, you're going to have X amount of people of color that live there. Now, maybe they're not all going to be of Bahamian descent. They might not all be from Georgia or the Carolinas, like many African Americans moved from those places into Miami, including the Black Grove and Overtown and Liberty City. Maybe you're going to find some that are black Haitians, or black Cubans, or black Puerto Ricans, or black Dominicans, or blacks from many other Hispanic countries. But nevertheless, they're black, and their DNA tells you that they're black. So we made sure that the traditional, the original Black Grove was kept intact. And sadly, those for their own reasons and purpose kept putting the lie that we had included it, but then they changed it, and they weren't calling it the Black Grove anymore. Now it was the West Grove that it got changed. So I want to assure you both of you in particular. I think you're honorable people. I think you work hard and you believe in what you're trying to do. That this commission has kept the Black Grove together. And that the small triangle that it had put out for District 4 that only had, I believe, close to 1,600 people, yes, that had 114 that were of African-American descent. I don't know how many of those were Haitian or Hispanic African-Americans, but that was not part of the Black Grove. And in fact, if you go across the US 1 in that Latin area that District 2 had for decades, there are more people of African-American background in that piece than the 114 that are in that little sliver that now is called the West Grove. And why? Because of what I said. We're not living in the days of segregation. African Americans have a right, just like anyone, as free people, to move and live anywhere they want to. And that's why you're not going to find a single street in Miami that doesn't have some people of color. And I think we would be in agreement that that's what we want, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate your comments. However, the Black community in the Grove is a unique community of interest with historic roots.
I agree.
And it has its churches there in the community. Those, for example, African Americans who, let's say, live in Pinecrest, they don't necessarily go to church in Pinecrest. They may go to church in Coconut Grove.
Yeah. Because many used to live
there's
in
a lot
Coconut
of our
Grove and they were
members
moved out.
who are in Coconut Grove, but there's a lot of our members outside of Coconut Grove that identify with Coconut Grove. There are members of the Carver Alumni Association, and they look very strongly to being active within the Grove. And the Grove is a unique community of interest that has suffered from destabilization as people have been forced to move away for various economic reasons, that they can't maintain themselves in the Grove. And there have been significant efforts to try to build some effort for people of varying incomes to still live within the Grove. And that
I won't argue
interest,
with that.
that community of interest is important to stay together and it gets a lot of its influence by being very active in the Coconut Grove neighborhood body. And then they influence a larger body and gain support that enables them to come before this commission and achieve that maintenance of that historic community. It's not the only one. We've got West Perrine, we've got Richmond Heights.
Sure.
We're
South Miami
all
Heights.
scattered through
Before
Dade
you get
County. There are historic communities that many people who live in them and who lived in them as well as outside want to have together.
Sure, but again, what I want to fully emphasize to you, that traditional African-American community made up of Bahamian blacks and others that came from some of the southern states, it's been kept together. Not 1 inch of that community has been broken up, not 1 inch.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Alfredo Cardona. I've been here in the Grove since 2005, and I am at 3092 Lime Court. I strongly urge you to keep the Grove together. As I hear all of the people here, one of the most moving things is really the idea of community. Communities keep neighborhoods together. Successful neighborhoods make successful cities. Many cities in the US are trying to rebuild neighborhoods. I urge you to keep our neighborhood together. It makes a difference to me, makes a difference to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Peter McGrath. I lived in the Grove for 3 decades. We've raised sons here, grandsons, etc. I live at 3750 Kent Court in Coconut Grove. I strongly am in favor of Ken Russell's plan, but I'd also like to cede the balance of my time to Bertie.
Thank you so much. So very quickly, thank you, Commissioner Carollo, for asking that question, because it's important for it to be addressed. So let me just do that very quickly, high level in the time that we have. If you're asking why there's concern in terms of the impact to the Black community, I'd say there are 3 big things that we can take a look at visually that probably everyone here can attest to. So the first among them is that there was a promise of a central business district to be placed on Grand Avenue. As well, the historic preservation of the Bahamian-style homes, and as you know, all you have to do is drive around, and what you're beginning to see is an outprice, not only impacting property values, which residents cannot pay, but also the newer style architecture that you're starting to see, which is changing the character of the neighborhood. And the last piece being that there was a promise of community-centered affordable housing programs, which you know aren't happening. So this reason why it's concerning is there is no reason based on history that we should believe that a piece of that neighborhood going to a different district where the people who are Black homeowners are, that their interests will necessarily be represented.
But didn't you hear me?
Ma'am.
I said
Yes,
not an
you
inch.
asked the question.
I said not an inch of that community is going to another district.
Right, but you asked the
Not
question.
an inch.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you repeat your
You
address?
purposely want to confuse it to try to
I don't want to purposely do
carry,
anything.
Carry your narrative. There's not an inch of that traditional.
Is there an
Black
inch of any of the
community.
3 things that I've said that have been addressed?
Well, you're talking about something different, okay?
Okay.
That's got nothing to do with redistricting. What I am talking about is that the area, the sliver, on the other side of Byrd to US 1, that is not, never has been, part of the Black Grove. Never. Never.
Thank you. We're going to move forward.
Can Madam Chair, I need the lady's name and address again.
Am I on next?
Ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Can you repeat your name and address?
Todd could give it to you.
What is it, Todd?
Tina Gabe Bernard,
Okay, what's the address?
1871 Northwest South River Drive.
You live in the
Sir.
building, she lives right in the building next to mine. I live in 1861 Northwest South River Drive. So you're my neighbor, and I'm your commissioner. So welcome.
Sir, go ahead.
Commissioners, thank you for holding
Melendez?
Probably.
Go ahead, sir.
Commissioners, thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Helmut Albrecht. I live at 3350 Southwest 27th Avenue. And I moved to the Coconut Grove in 2009. As Dave Barry would say, moved here from the United States. But I moved here for a reason. I checked out all the other parts of...
I'm sorry, we'll give you the extra time. As who said?
Dave Barry.
Who?
Dave Barry.
Oh, the comedian.
That guy.
Okay, well, I thought you were going to say Carl Hyacin too.
Bring some levity to the
And
meeting.
I was going to say, make sure you spell his name right also.
Will do. Dave Barry. Well, anyway, I live in the Grove since 2009, and I came here for a reason. I checked out all the parts of Miami, and I decided the Grove is the best community to live in. So I want to keep it that way, and I urge you to vote for keeping the Grove together. Let me make one point. I live in a high-rise building. None of the people that I talk to there support the divvying up the Grove. None of our friends living in the Grove want the Grove to be divided up.
So it's not the will of the people, and this is a democracy. So I urge you, listen to the people, do not divide up the Grove, vote for the Russell Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Karen Ryan Young. I've owned a property in Coconut Grove since 1967, and I'm very much in favor of Commissioner Russell's plan because obviously it would keep me in the Grove. I consider myself one of the Grovite types. And I love our trees, I love our historic buildings, and it makes me sad to, over the years, see how much has changed. The historic buildings are torn down. The most recent one was on Lincoln Avenue. The high rises, every time I see a crane, I want to cry because there's just more and more density, more and more traffic. But I still love the Grove. The bay hasn't changed much, at least on the surface. So I urge you to keep the Grove intact. And by the way, the West Grove, I think maybe it's called the West Grove now because the prices have gone up. And so it sounds better I live in the West Grove than I live in the Black Grove.
Ken, thank you for being honest. I was just going to say that.
But
this is why the realtors came up with the West Grove, so they don't have to say black, because then for the new transplants, they sell those big houses.
But
They're afraid that they won't pay as much.
They were the first residents here in
this is
Miami
why
before the Miami became a city. It was the, Coconut Grove and Ralph Monroe and all those people that came here by sailboat from the Bahamas. So it's a part of the history, and I hate to see it going away. But I want to say thank you, Commissioner Carollo, because I enjoy your pool at Jose Marti, and I hope someday that the Vyrick Park pool will become usable again, because I like to swim. Anyway, thank you.
But can I say this to you? We approved, all of us up here, the monies for that pool.
What's happening?
So, okay, all of us, even those that, represent another district. Otherwise, Boy Wonder could not have done it by himself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Escudero. I live on Bay Heights, 89 Bay Heights Drive. I'm here to oppose to the division of the Grove. I bought my house in 2002. My 2 kids were born in Mercy Hospital. My kids go to the schools in the Grove. We try to teach the kids to live in a community, to love their neighbors. And by dividing the Grove, you're doing totally the opposite that we're trying to teach our kids. I don't think it's right, and I'm asking you to please do not divide the Grove. We do not divide families.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Kathy Suarez. I live at 4035 Battersea Road in Coconut Grove. I'm for keeping the Grove together. And do I understand that now the little bit of West Grove has been moved to US 1 and Virginia and Shipping and all of those streets are back in District 2? Is that, did you all agree on that, Commissioner Russell? And that the back part by Wendy's and Day and Shipping, all that comes back to your district? Yeah. Is that correct? They haven't voted on it yet, but
That's
is
one
that
of
the
the
will of the
plans.
body? That's a plan?
That's a plan.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm all for keeping the Grove together, but there are people that have chosen to move, and they've made money moving. They have the right to retire to Georgia if they so choose. But there's also people that serve on some of the boards that have bought property for $10,000 and $20,000 and tore down old houses and built properties and sold them. And the pool has been closed for 2 summers. It's going to be 3. A $7 or $8 million pool is not what the park manager asked for, and that's not going to happen until everybody's gone. that looks like the community, and they're not going to be able to use the pool because they're not going to have that 33133 zip code. The other thing is that the West Grove is redlined by the city's commission's CRA map. It's got a red border on it. We couldn't even be respectful enough to put it in blue or yellow. And we're building a hotel and single-family properties behind the Playhouse versus building it on Grand Avenue that looks like a war zone. Calle Ocho, even in its worst days, didn't look like Grand Avenue. Grand Avenue doesn't look grand. Put the hotel on Grand Avenue and let's build some single-family houses for some people that can afford to be homeowners that are legacy West Grove Heights.
Thank you.
So,
Madam Chair, may I ask a question because maybe I'm learning something. No, you claim that the zip code is going to change from 33133? Because that's what, we don't place it.
No, that's not what I'm intimating at all. The people that have been displaced will not be able to use the new pool because they don't live in the 33133.
Well, okay, but,
and they won't they'll have to pay like a normal person, if that's even allowed, unless it's not a community pool. That's not what I meant at all. No, I wasn't referring to.
And I want to clarify this also. Every single pool that is in every one of our parks, they are public, and doesn't matter what your zip code is, you can use it.
I understand, but I'm just saying that if you live in the community and you have like a discount, you can get pool passes, and if you have kids and stuff, there are incentives if you actually live there, because that's always been the case with Vyrick Pool. And it's the only pool that's only open in the summer also. So that's all I was saying. I wasn't inferring that they can't come there. Okay. That's not what I meant at all, that it was that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, brief clarification, I apologize.
Okay.
The Vyrick Park Pool is groundbreaking next month. It'll be completed by next May. It will be open all year round. Thank you, Commissioners, for the funding.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Jihad Rashid. I live at 2983 Washington Street. For the last 30 years, I've been in service to making Coconut Grove a better place to be, particularly...
Only 30 years? I thought it was 40.
Well...
I remember you longer than that.
I know, and we go back a long time. And it's really difficult to express myself as at this stage of the game. This has been deliberated for some time now. And I mentioned in my last presentation about my civic lessons about government for the people, by the people. And I just want the commission in itself to get along in the sandbox, because what I glean, and feel free to correct me, because respectfully, and we can respectfully disagree, and I want to maintain the same relationship. But at this point, I want to speak very strongly about the will of the people and government for the people, by the people. I've heard feedback from the commission about things that could benefit their district and issues among themselves playing in the sandbox well. And the voices of people have been loud and clear and firm. 99% of the time, we accept the will of the commission, we advance you there, but keep in mind, government for the people, by the people. This community has said and mandated and urged you to just leave it alone. And then we have a commission that has come up with a plan that I understand that modifies everybody's plans. And so this is so at the heart of what we are and what we're being. I urge this commission to do what we tell you to do. Do what we ask you to do. We advance you here not to be our monarchs, but be our legislators. And we can't get what we want here, then we have to go to the judicial branch to get what we should get from our legislators. Our legislators should hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Elena Carpenter, 1660 South Bayshore Court, Coconut Grove, Florida. I wrote this letter to the editor for the Miami Herald, but apparently they didn't find our redistricting process to be as important as the fact that Lolita now on the front page does private performances. I'm just going to read you a couple paragraphs because at the end, we want one Grove. But this is the important part. As a member of the original 1997 Blue Ribbon panel that crafted Miami's first single-member districts, I learned the importance of active civic engagement in our city's future. Traditional redistricting criteria, as previously stated by our city's districting consultant, Mr. Miguel de Grandi, include respecting natural man-made geographic boundaries, contiguity, compactness, maintaining the core of existing districts, and maintaining communities of interest together, such as traditional neighborhoods. That's what this is about. And I had the pleasure to serve in that 1997 Blue Ribbon Committee with Mr. DeGrande as well. And thank you for appointing me to that committee, then Mayor and now Commissioner Carollo. Strong neighborhoods build strong cities, and redistricting is specifically not intended to break up established neighborhoods because you fracture any voice that the community may have to preserve its fabric. Please, commissioners, do the right thing. We've come a long way. We really have. We're almost there. Just keep the Grove the Grove. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Elena,
Yes?
very good to see you again. It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and you.
And I just wanted to give a little bit of background because some people say they've lived in the five-member, single-member districts for 50 or 60 years. But that was your smart choice to establish that districting committee, which gave us equality and equity in the commission.
That's what I'm trying to keep, based on our population makeup in the city.
Thank you, sir.
But let me
Oh, I'm
ask you a
sorry.
question. No,
Oh, please.
I apologize.
I hope I can answer it.
Well, I don't know if you can, because I'm getting up there in age, and I forget. I only keep in the hard drive the real important things. Everything else somehow gets thrown out. And I don't even have to be hacked.
You don't what?
I don't even have to be hacked. I just throw it out unless it's really important for me. Back then in the committee that you were in, and Mr. DeGrande was still around, if I remember correct. How did you come to the conclusion of having Little Havana, Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, Wagami, other areas being divided? They were one community too.
Are you really asking me
you
if I
remember.
remember what the process was in 1997?
But they were divided back then in different districts.
But, well, all of Miami was one district. Every commissioner
Sure.
served at large.
Yeah,
So in
that's what
effect,
I'm
we were
saying
a more
after.
united Miami then than we are now.
Well, now you heard my statement, and maybe I made a mistake, after all these years. That
Well,
I
at the
should've just-
time,
That I should just leave it?
you didn't have a choice.
Citywide? Well, I absolutely did.
We were sued.
No, but that don't matter. The federal laws were clear at the time that you have to show that there was a consistency.
Right.
And just because someone was not elected that happened to be of color doesn't mean that there were grounds, because maybe that individual, people didn't like him. So you needed 3 elections in a row.
That's right.
Before a suit could have gone against the city.
Right.
Anybody could sue anybody. There's frivolous lawsuits against the city of Miami all the time. But that was the standard then.
Right.
It's the standard now.
However,
So we
you
didn't do
did
that.
get 5 single-member districts out of that.
Well, that was the
And
idea.
you left Coconut Grove together. So
Because back then, if you remember,
you're making
we
this
could-
difficult,
no,
you know?
We could not have separated Coconut Grove and kept one Anglo district. In
That's
fact,
right.
what we had to do was what we're discussing today, to give Coconut Grove enough of a population, even though we were going from one end of the water all the way to the end of the city in the northeast, we had across US 1 to give District 2, the Anglo district, more of a population to balance those populations. And this is why you and the committee recommended that Little Havana had to be broken up, Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, Flagami, and I could go on and on and on. And that's the only point that I'm trying to make. I thank you for your service in those years for that and many other things that you served the city in.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lana.
Ana,
Nice seeing you again.
Ana. The question, play it, Manolo, mira. Oye. Okay. The question,
This better be easy.
Ana, the question is a valid question that I have heard all over. You see, it was good at the time. I mean, that Shenandoah, for example, was established. Silver Bluff, there were real established communities. There were neighborhoods that they had the same pride that every Coconut Grove, and rightly so, had at the time. At Flagami, Little Havana, and you were in that committee, and you agreed to divide those neighborhood because it was needed. At the time, it was needed, as Commissioner Carollo explained. If it hadn't been like that, probably we wouldn't have Mr. Russell sitting here. Or probably, if we hadn't done it like that, Sherman King would not be here. It will be 5 Hispanics, because that's the way that the population moved, you see? But at the time, it was fine to divide Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, Flagami. I mean, it was fine, you see? Because we wanted to achieve what we want to achieve now. What we want to achieve now is to have redistricting in a way that we can guarantee that there is, the probabilities of electing an Anglo and an Afro-American are great, you see? So we can keep diversity in the commission. And that's what I want everybody to think, you see?
Well, that is the goal of creating districts that are balanced.
That was the goal, but at the time, the goal required, because if we had broken Coconut Grove or any other of the so-called white neighborhoods, we wouldn't have people here. But Silver Bluff was broken, was divided. Shenandoah was divided. Flagami was divided. Little Havana was divided because it was needed. What I'm trying to tell you that now we are in a predicament that we have to do what we have to do and what has to be done in order to keep diversity here.
And I understand you do, that you are trying your best, and above all, you have listened to us again and again and again. But I just don't have that CPU data bank working properly because it was 25 years ago. But I don't think we separated Little Havana. That may have happened in the 2 redistricting since.
Let me tell you
But
this. My hard disk is kind of rusty, but because of my age. But I still, once in a while, you see, it gets going like brand new. You see, and I do remember everything that happened from the first time that the districts were created, and the reason why and how were created and all of that. But I just want you just to think about that, okay? I want everybody to think about that. You see, sometimes when we have a major goal, a goal that I think that is very important, and in my opinion, you see, it is very, very important for the city of Miami to be not Coconut Grove, no Little Havana, no Flagami. The city of Miami to be a community.
Yeah.
We need diversity here.
And we have such great diversity in Coconut Grove.
Oh, yeah, well, then.
Let us keep it.
I mean, but we have, you see, the city, for the city to be the great city that we have, and for me to be proud of my city, I need to look at this and see diversity here. even if I'm not there. But I need to see that every single group, major group, is represented.
Even
and every
Asians.
major group has a voice.
Even
and that's what
Asians.
we're trying to perpetuate. That is my point. We're trying to perpetuate that.
And thank you. Thank you again
Thank
for your
you.
time and for your consideration.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, Madam Chair, City Attorney. My name is Attorney Christina McKinnon. I am a past president of the Black Lawyers of Miami-Dade County and a past chair of the Judicial Nominating Commission. Not here in that capacity, certainly. I am a longtime resident, born and raised in the West Grove, Coconut Grove. My family got there about 3 generations ago. My grandfather built his wooden 2-story house for his 8 kids on Williams Avenue. We all went to F.S. Tucker Elementary School. I grew up on Bird Avenue, I think is part of the area that is supposed to go across now, US 1. We moved to 3593 Day Avenue, and now we have a house over on 3601 Fro Avenue. Always in the Grove, a rich, diverse culture. 2 attorneys coming from my parents in this community. It's very personal to me that our cohesive unit, and as you've heard me state that we've lived all throughout the North Grove and also West Grove, is being broken up, and our votes are being diffused, all right? They are being diluted. So my 84-year-old mother, who still lives there, is an active member of her church, of her community, and I would, speaking on her behalf, want the community to stay together, want the community to be adequately represented from its historical roots. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the name Coconut Grove was a province in Nassau, right? Came from the Bahamian settlers that originally settled this area. So it's not about race, it is about culture. Even the Little Havana and Shenandoah areas still have a representative of those populations. We ask that this cohesive unit be maintained as well.
But there are two representatives from Little Havana, Commissioner Carollo and myself. You see? We got, and Little Havana is still Little Havana, you see? But two representatives in Flagami, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla and myself, you see? And Flagami has not been, I mean, it is not, doesn't belong to Opaloca, doesn't belong to Hialeah. Flagami is still Miami. And when you, I mean, if this passes, whatever it is, and I don't know what's going to happen, but you're going to have 2 different commissioners in Coconut Grove. Next day, when you wake up, your neighbor is going to be there. It's going to be in Coconut Grove, even if it is the next street and it's represented by somebody else.
But respectfully, Commissioner,
hold on a second, man. Hold on, I haven't
Sure,
finished.
go ahead.
The church is going to be there. I heard somebody says there is not going to be more Milan, like if we were going to take Milan away. You see, what I'm trying to say it is, it's not the end of the world. You have 3 people. If you have 3 commissioners, you have 3 people that you can go and ask for things for your district. Just like in Flagami, the people of Flagami, when we want to do something, they will go to Diaz de la Portilla and they come to me. You see? It is like that now in Shenandoah. We're building a brand new pool that is going to be is a Olympic side and all that. What I got it because I have help from the commissioner from the other side. You see, and every single community meeting that we had, there were people from Shenandoah that lived on his side and people from Shenandoah that lived on my side, arguing and discussing what are the projects that we're going to do there.
Understood, and respectfully, Commissioner Reyes, when I lived on Bird Avenue, which would have eventually, or per this proposed plan, going into your district now, how would I or my parents at the time been able to connect with their community, vote as a cohesive block with the West Grove community, and we have a separate commissioner, an entirely separate commissioner that doesn't know the interests of the community, does not have the numbers for that particular unit to cross US 1, how would it serve our people as a Bahamian culture, as a person
what
with a certain
you're trying
heritage?
to say is that a Cuban that is coming to
No, it's not
because
about race.
I have been
Because Cubans are of different races, as you're well aware.
Okay.
It's not about race,
What
but it
I-
is
what
about
I'm saying-
culture.
What I'm
It is
trying
about
to say,
culture, sir.
I know about that culture. I have been in contact with that culture longer than you.
Okay.
Okay. I was the one. Let me
Longer
tell
than my
you-
family.
No longer than your family, but I had enjoyed that culture. And as a matter of fact, this commission that you see here is the one that presented the resolution to bring Goombay back to Coconut Grove.
Goombay is not all that Coconut Grove is.
No, I'd
okay, I
say,
understand
but,
that.
but it represents the Bahamian culture.
Commissioner Reyes,
Okay.
Commissioner Reyes.
You see, but the position
Commissioner
that I took
Reyes,
before.
respectfully, how often and how many times have you walked, knocked on doors in the black community, in West Grove, to find out what the interests are?
Let me tell you this.
How many
I have an
times?
answer. Hey, I have an answer. You see, you might know this.
Commissioner Reyes,
Let me have-
and I say this respectfully.
No, and respectfully, and I take it with the respect, but I'm going to answer. First time that I ran was 1985. It was citywide. And then I ran 3 more times that it was citywide, and I knocked on those doors during that time. You see, and you remember, there were a lot of people in that area, and one thing that really bothers me, the most you know what it is, when you drive through Grand Avenue, all those apartment buildings that they used to be occupied by Afro-Americans, now they're boarded up. You see, they are boarded up. That really bothers me because
They were owned by slumlords.
That's
Commissioner
right.
Reyes.
But we should have bought them.
They were owned by slumlords.
Commissioner Reyes, if you'd like to speak to Attorney McKinnon on this side, you can do that because our meeting is getting, has gone off rails.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Attorney McKinnon. Next. Listen, please do not clap in here. It is within my right to have everyone removed from these chambers right now. I have given everyone leniency so that the commissioners could address the public, giving them an opportunity to have a dialogue back and forth. I've been very quiet today. I haven't turned off the mics. But if you clap again, I will have every single one of you removed from here so we can finish this business. This is a very hot topic. No one is going to be happy at the end of this. No one. Because everyone can't get what they want. It's just impossible. We are trying our best to be sensitive to the needs of the entire community, and we have done so by having these meetings. 6, I believe we are at. So if we can please move forward with public comments so we can get to the business of deciding how the city is going to look after this redistricting, please. Thank you. Ma'am.
Yes, my name is Rose Pujol, and I live since 1985 across Kennedy Park, 2455 South Bay Shore Drive. And I have to say, first of all, that each and every one of you commissioners, each and every one of you, I have felt you give us access. That's my personal feeling. When we have needed to, we have gone to your offices, we have met with your staff, and I don't think that would change much. But if you look at when you individually, when each and every one of you travel, I think the parts of a city that are historic, for me, at least when I travel, I find that's the first place I want to see. And I like to get a feel for how that community relates to each other. And you see it. You see it in the businesses, and you see how the neighborhoods are set up. And so, Commissioner Reyes, when you say your house is going to be in the same place it was tomorrow. Yes, it will be. But the dynamics of us reaching out to you is going to be a bit more complex. Okay? And a bit.
Commissioner Reyes, please, please.
And when you look at the people that come here, which I find also very interesting, I see a lot of faces that I know, but I also see some new faces. And I think it's important when you make this decision today that you think in terms not just of the maps, okay, but of Miami in 5 and 10 years from now.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
I was just clarifying this, but I do understand. And I took my position, and it's not going to change.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Councilman Joseph Brown from right here in the Grove. I have spoken to many of you individually, and those who I haven't, I will speak to you individually. My question, I mean, the people have spoken, and it's clear politics is about majorities, and you will do what you will. Whether it's one commissioner, 3 or 5, the West Grove has been neglected far too long. So we all know that, right? My question to you all is about the CRA. And the CRA that stands now, with the redistricting, the way it was before, we were going to pull from some of the taxes and businesses from the side of the Grove that I believe will come to your district now, and that would bring monies back to the West Grove. With the redistricting, you know there's no real business revenue on the West Grove and Grand Avenue because it's been blighted for decades. How will that affect it, and what can we do? Which brings me to the second question, which is the bid. The West Grove already has enough problems. The bid stops at 32nd. The people from the West Grove, they eat in Center Grove, they shop in Center Grove, they pay taxes, and they do everything, but they don't get represented by the bid. That's a problem. We need to have it addressed. Secondly, the last thing I want to say in reference to, I was going to talk about the pool. There are 60 children from the West Grove who have scholarships at the Sailing Club, but the scholarship really can't go into effect for liability issues until they know how to swim. And my children swam in the West Grove for 1 year at the pool at Vyrick. I'm glad to hear it's here now, but those scholarships are being held up because the kids can't swim. Please, whether it's 1, 3, or all 5 of you, give some attention to the West Grove, please.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Renee Schaefer, 2571 Lincoln. My request is simple. Please keep us as one Grove. US 1 and the Bay being the boundary. I appreciate all your time and efforts. I think of us as a large house with uncles, cousins from generations. To take a sliver is to lock the door, and we have to go outside to find our parent. So please keep us together, and I appreciate all your time.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair. Am I on? Yes, I am. Okay. Commissioners, I want to thank you all individually for sitting through this entire important discussion again. I appreciate it. To my colleagues and neighbors in Coconut Grove, I have waited for years to see a gathering, in fact, 3 straight gatherings, in which nobody could say we showed up with pitchforks. All we showed up with here is a sense of passion, fairness, and quite frankly, commissioners, a belief in the American dream that we're allowed to speak and affect our representatives. Commissioner Reyes, if I ever move from this district, I want to move to a district you're representing. Thank you. Thank you also for facilitating these conversations. Commissioner Russell, you've been admirable, sir. In short, I'm not a lawyer, but I am concerned. The only reason I can find a portion of what is currently the Groves District, according to the street, is that one of the incumbents on the commission owns a house there, and this would enable him to live there. I'm not going to say yes or no on that because the Florida State Constitution, I believe you're familiar with this, sir, adopted in 2010 Section 21 of the state constitution, and it said that no incumbent through the process of redistricting can benefit directly. The only reason I can find for doing that is that occurrence. 31,000 people in downtown Miami increased in population. The Grove increased about 1,500. And now we're going to say, oh yeah, well, let's take a little bit away from the Grove here. I remind you, as representatives of the people, that if the same logic. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, David Winker. Democracy is a verb, and what we're hearing today is democracy in action. Thank you for listening. The residents of Coconut Grove want to ensure their community stays one. They've made that clear. I live at 2222 Southwest 17th Street in Commissioner Reyes's district. And I'm a very happy constituent. But I would like to point out, I live in Shenandoah, which is split roughly 1/3 into Commissioner Carollo's district, 1/3 into Commissioner Reyes's district. And when we have a community meeting, the two of you can't show up at the same time, even. Like, you can't be there, that'd be a violation. So I'm concerned that there are some real logistical problems, and I would just humbly suggest that just because other communities have been broken up, that doesn't mean that this community should be broken up. I think it's...
David, if
Yes,
I
sir.
could interrupt for a second and give him the extra seconds that I'm taking. As an attorney, you know well that we can call a meeting in the sunshine and then we could meet. So that's not a problem whatsoever.
It's still just, it's an extra step,
Well,
and in this
it's
case...
It's a minute. It's
Yep.
just calling a meeting in the sunshine, and two of us can meet, all of us can meet.
But then every community meeting would have to be a sunshine meeting.
And that's no problem with that if we know that we're going to show up, both of us.
And they are people from the public.
Yeah, and I think in here, I think it's almost unprecedented because there's going to be 3 commissioners, potentially 3 commissioners. So you'd have to have a sunshine meeting with 3 commissioners every time there's a village council meeting or whatever, is going on. So I just throw it out there. But I think that, I'll wrap it up with this. The law on redistricting requires that communities of interest be kept together. I don't think there's any doubt Coconut Grove is a community of interest. We just ask, plead, that you consider these comments. I think it is telling that there hasn't been one resident in 4 meetings that has spoken in favor of this. I don't think that's in disrespect for Commissioner Reyes, for you, Mr. Carollo, for Commissioner Carollo. I think it's
Thank
just they're
you.
happy with where they are.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Good afternoon, Cecilia Curland, 3132 Day Avenue. Thank you for your time. I just would like to request to keep Coconut Grove as one. As mentioned, there is more logistics and your schedules are pretty busy, and just to think who we need to speak every time that we need to save trees. Obviously, we want to have representation that considers and have our objectives as keeping, a community that is highly, what is this called? Active, defending the vegetation, and we are a community recognized for that. Thank you for listening to us in the Grove and your own residents, and I think your own residents also mentioned it, that they would like to reunite again. I don't know how possible it is to do that, but I think we're at a point that maybe another option could be to reunite the communities that have been previously divided, and that's listening to your own constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth McGrath, and I live at 3750 Kent Court. I fully support Commissioner Russell's plan, and please consider it. I'd like to give my time to Mel, the next speaker, and I submit that.
Mel, you have 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Wow.
Chairman King, commissioners, wow.
No, she gave her time.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Wow, if this country in this crazy time has ever needed leaders, we always need leaders because we live in a crazy, loving, diverse, actively diverse community. A community that I love because the only Palacio de Jugos that I'll go to is the one in Flagami. All the new ones, they don't count, right?
That's the best.
Right. When my son and I hang out at St. Peter's and Paul, it gives us very special memories because it's a special community. When I had the privilege during the pandemic of helping a scout troop up in the 5th District, who is really in hard times, that made me feel great. It made me great because we could teach the aspects of leadership that we were all trying to do, that we count on you today to represent others and to do the right thing. When we attended through One Grove all the meetings at each of the commissioners' town halls, there was one message that came out in each of yours, and that was, look out for our neighborhoods, reunite when possible our neighborhoods, and do the right thing. We know that leaders are presented with exceptional challenges. The challenge you have is to get and maintain the confidence of the people you represent. That's perhaps the most important thing you can do in a representative democracy. I ask
Your 2 minutes.
that you do the lessons we teach the scouts, that when there is ambiguity or uncertainty about a decision that they have to make, they don't step up to the line to make that decision. They don't look for what the letter of the law is. They try to figure out what the right thing to do is, what the wrong thing to do is, and then they turn their backs on the wrong thing and they move forward because that's the way they get the people that they're with to follow them. Here's your call to action from each of your representatives, from each of your districts, from each of your constituents. They don't get to see what you do, only you get to. Commissioner, thank you for leading the way in your decisions with the 4th District. Thank you for trying to put together reasoned approaches. Thank you for each of you that have been able to explain the reasons for your actions, explain them and hold them up to the light, hold them into the sunshine so that we can understand why you're doing the things you're doing and how they benefit your stated goals of supporting us all in this city, not for the past and the history that we protect, but for the future of this growing city and where you're going to have to bring it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
As you all probably remember from last time, I'm not much of a public speaker, but I am here on behalf of my family and my neighbors. I am pleading with you to avoid the impending dismemberment of our community. I understand rebalancing of populations is necessary, but I am a firm believer that no community should be broken up into 2 or 3 districts. And just because it's been done in the past doesn't make it right. In fact, this should only be done as a last resort when no other options exist, which is not the case this time around. Commissioner Russell has presented a viable plan that keeps the Grove, an established community, intact as one district, and all while allowing for the rebalancing of the population as stipulated. In fact, Mr. Russell's proposed plan does a better job of rebalancing the population and with a lesser variation compared to the previously presented plans. It also unifies communities such as West Brickell. Furthermore, Mr. Russell's plan maintains the natural known boundaries, keeps the Grove intact and as one district, and avoids voter confusion. So my question is to Mr. Carollo and anybody else who may want to answer this. With a better plan having been proposed, can you please elaborate why you continue to support the previous maps which break up communities like the Grove into various districts? And also speaking on Mr. Reyes' comment from earlier, having 3 separate commissioners may be good, but to be honest with you, I only see the problem. Having to request 3 separate meetings with 3 different commissioners in order to get anything passed will become 3 times tougher than if it were just one commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I take the speaker's name? Your name?
Oh, my name is Luisa Pena. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else for public comment?
Good afternoon. Guillermo de la Paz, 3441 Charles Avenue. Commissioner Reyes, I hear someone asking you how many times you have walked on the West Grove, and I drive all the way here. A couple of years back, Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Carollo, they were champions for property rights. Many of you don't know, but the code was about to change. A property was about 30% less to be able to build and to be able to sell. Both of them were champions defending that. And also they were champions defending the people from the West Grove when Commissioner Rosso tried to designate 55 homes to be historic designated home. So when I hear talking about one grove, we have to have an honest conversation. There are several groves here. There's one grove there starting 32nd where the pavement start new one side and old in the other one. And there's the other grove that everybody likes to live and to enjoy. We don't have capital improvement in the West Grove. We still have shootings, we have drugs, we have no business on Grand Avenue. I wish, and I can only wish, that Grand Avenue will look like Little Havana. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Having seen no one else for public comment, the public comment period is now closed. Mr. DeGrande, do you have anything else that you would like to say before we start discussion?
Yes, Commissioner, just to clear the record, I think I covered the issue of allegations of racism on the plan last time very thoroughly, but quite frankly, those allegations are false and inflammatory and offensive.
Thank you, Mr. DeGrande. Mr. Cody, do you have anything?
No, I'm just prepared in case you have questions
Right,
and you want to
okay.
refer to
So
the presentation.
the way we're going to proceed with the meeting is I'm going to go in the order that I've established. I'm going to go with my vice chair first, and then in order of districts. We're going to try to keep our comments to less than 15 minutes, if possible.
I will.
Okay.
I will. I'll reserve most of my time for rebuttal at the end. There we go. Coconut Grove is an important part of the city of Miami. It's a beautiful part of the city of Miami. In fact, it's a part of the city of Miami that I've lived in the past for over 3 decades, if I remember correctly. Beginning, what year, 84, Elena? The population of Coconut Grove is about 3 3.75% of the population of the city of Miami. We're one city, whether it is Coconut Grove, whether it's any of our great neighborhoods in the Northeast, Liberty City, Little Haiti, Overtown, downtown, Alapata, Little Havana, Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, Flagami, and I could go on and on. As I stated before, I respect the opinions of everyone that's come here, even though some of the opinions I think are been misinformed. And I tried to correct that in as far and particularly as the area of the traditional Black Grove and what is being claimed that we've done that we are not doing. What has been amazing for me to hear is like when I'm hearing one individual challenging Commissioner Reyes, and in essence he's challenging all of us, that we can't represent, he was telling Commissioner Reyes, Coconut Grove. We don't understand the people of Coconut Grove. Well, I was elected the first time at 24 years old and re-elected and then elected 3 times to 4-year terms citywide, where I represented Coconut Grove and every other part of the city. Twice I was elected mayor of the city, again citywide, to represent all of the city, including Coconut Grove. And I never heard, ever, then, what I'm hearing today from some, that I couldn't represent Coconut Grove or this part of the city or the other part of the city. You want to talk about walking? Yes, I could tell you that I have walked Coconut Grove and I have walked the Black Grove, what some want to call now the West Grove, so they could hopefully make more money in real estate and the McMansions. I've never seen many of the people that are here today complain about all those McMansions being built when African Americans that were some of the traditional families in Coconut Grove were being moved out. Some sold because the property taxes were so high that they had no other reason but to sell. And that's sad that that would happen in your own city, that you're, after you're older, you're having to sell your home because of property taxes after you've had it all paid for. It's not supposed to be that way, but that has happened. In the past, I've heard people that have come here that have even brought up the Arts Festival. Can you imagine, he said, that we have the Arts Festival and one part is in one district and the other part's in the other? You would have thought he was talking about the border in Ukraine and Russia. So what? It's still Coconut Grove, it's still the city of Miami, and that doesn't change anything whatsoever. We've done things on both sides of Little Havana, Commissioner Reyes, and there's been no problem in doing it. The best one that I heard today, and Mr. Clerk, make sure you give me that guy's name and what he does and what hospital it's in. I want to make sure I never get him if I have an emergency. The guy in green, that he says that his property values are going to go down in Bay Heights because the address is going to be Little Havana. Well, in essence, he told me what he thinks of all of us, but I'd like to see what his neighbors think of him too. Maybe they think of him the same thing he thinks of us Cubans or other Hispanics. But that's life. Like Maurice Ferre used to tell me, laughingly, when he would see something like that, he said, "Joe, that's life in the tropics." And we would laugh. But look, there's nothing wrong, and it's natural for people in a neighborhood to want to see whatever area be kept together. It's natural. So I'm not surprised that some of you are here and are asking for that. It probably would be unnatural if you felt differently. But we have tried throughout the decades to keep as many of the communities together as we could to meet the goal of redistricting. I've heard so much of downtown Miami. Why don't you go to downtown where all the growth is happening? It's exactly what we did. Commissioner King in this redistricting is taking the bulk of downtown. The only reason she doesn't take the rest is we need to keep a sliver on Biscayne Boulevard so that the northeast, the part of the northeast that's left, can be connected with downtown and Coconut Grove and Brickell, et cetera. The reason we're having to do this is because of the growth we've had, and we have to keep one district that is going to have a majority of African Americans. We're going to have to keep one district that you could get an Anglo, whether they're an Anglo that's Japanese or an Anglo that's Russian, Ukrainian, Italian, Polish, English, French, they can get elected. And city of Miami still has a population that it's at least 70%, maybe more, I don't know. Maybe DeGrande could clarify that. That's Hispanic. And we have to keep 3 districts that are going to be majority Hispanic, but since Hispanics come in all types, colors, creeds, races, religions, not all think alike, not all act alike. We're trying, and based on the federal guidelines, we're trying to keep those Hispanic majority districts within those guidelines of people that are closer to each other, so that 3 Hispanics could be elected in those districts too. And this is why we're going through that process. Madam Chair, did not give Mr. DeGrande, I just listened to what he had to say. I did not give him any suggestions from me. But I will tell you that what I will be prepared to vote on is the last plan that he gave. That will include the wharf in District 5, because that doesn't impact on the population at all. And I think you and Commissioner Diaz-Portilla both elegantly presented your points of view, and that was clear why it had happened before. Now, if that is not acceptable, then I'm willing to present another plan that, frankly, I think will be the one that will have the least deviations of any, and will not leave District 2 inflated into the future. Because even this last plan is leaving more people in District 2 than we should. But we did it trying to be gracious to Mr. Russell, hearing the people that were here. That's why we made sure we would leave the Black Grove intact and moved the sliver to District 4 the way to Byrd, so we'll go from Byrd to US 1. The reason that the other part of the North Grove ended up like that, Mr. DeGrande has explained it several times already. Commissioner Russell objected to Bay Heights being put into it like he originally had it, and he originally had it up to, I think, Simpson Park. And Mr. DeGrande came back on his own initiative and changed it based on populations. I mean, if they even want to cut it differently, where Morris Lane goes into District 4, hey, I got no problem. None whatsoever. In fact, and I meant that before, once, that is, and that, brings me up to ask you another question, Commissioner. Once you get done with whatever arrangement, which I still didn't understand you had when you sold your home 9 months ago, to move out, I'll give you a good deal on a home in Coconut Grove. It's got more toilets and bathrooms than you wanted. You can rent it cheap, not at the $16,000 market rate that I'm told that it could go for. But all the attacks and the baloney at me, that hasn't stopped since I've got in here. And what gets those people that attack me upset is they can't beat me. They can't beat me. So it gets them more upset. And I don't shut up because I'm not a punching bag and I'm not afraid for anybody to dig into me. But for instance, if I was to turn this around like some are trying to say, I don't know, nobody knows, where you're planning to rent to move to. Because obviously, this arrangement you have can't keep going on and on and on. And the property, the empty lot that you have, you stated you don't have the money. You're hoping, I don't know, maybe manna from heaven will fall that you could build. So you're looking for a place to rent. How do we know where that place to rent, whether you have found it already, and it's one of the areas that maps show that might have gone to District 4 or District 3? And it's going to get you out of your district then. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying that there's certainly a possibility. And I'm not saying anything that you don't have a right to be heard and vote on this because of that. Am I? I'm not. But that possibility is there. We don't know what's in your mind today or will be in your mind next week or next month. Anyway, I've used less than 15 minutes and I'll come back.
You have 30 seconds left.
Well, 30 seconds of rebuttal.
Commissioner, would you like to say
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the arguments on both sides have been made ad nauseum. I think we now have 6 and potentially 7 plans that Mr. DeGrande presented, I believe 5. Mr. Carollo has another plan. So I'm going to defer my time for now until we actually have a motion and a second to have a debate about one particular plan. I'm pretty sure I know how I'm going to vote. I've studied all the plans. I had a conversation about 15 minutes before this meeting started with Mr. DeGrande, one of many. The last one we had, I told him I had no problem with the wharf being in your district. That would accept that. I obviously could not tell you that because we're in the sunshine, but now I can tell you publicly. I have no problem. You want the wharf, you want economic development and opportunity for your district, and I understand that. Because I want the same thing. I want the same thing for my district. So I respect that, and I'm in the spirit of collegiality. I would like for you to have the wharf, and I'll support a plan that includes that. My inclination, so you know, because I would like to be very open, is to support the basic plan, the base plan, the first plan that was presented to us, with an amendment that includes the wharf in your district. And I had some other conversation with Mr. DeGrande that would balance that district out a little bit, that he thinks that he can tweak to get to a certain place so you can have, and your district can be represented by an African American. So I would like to reserve the rest of my time, which is a lot, for a debate on a motion. So I've always spent about 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, so it's a debate on a motion and a second, so we actually have something to discuss, to debate, and to vote on.
Okay.
I also would like to express my disappointment with people that walked out of this room. We allowed you to applaud and applaud again, and when people disagree, you do not need to be disagreeable. You can disagree in a democracy. We have our points of view. We have our reasons for what we're doing. We have no choice but to do this. We're constitutionally mandated to do it. And Mr. DeGrande was offended by the accusations of racism. And I can't even go into all the details because I think Mr. Carollo did it already, but there's a lot more to do and talk about accusations, about splitting communities that we can refute back and forth. But we're not here to have a debate with the public. We're here to listen to the public. And we're here to talk amongst ourselves and to decide. Until that time comes, I'll reserve the rest of my time, which is about 12 minutes and 52 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Thelma Gibson still calls it the Black Grove to this day. And for me, the shame isn't in removing the word black from Black Grove, but from removing black people from Black Grove. The population is a fraction of what it was just a few years ago. And I've seen it diminish even under my watch. You drive down Grand Avenue, it's been decimated by demolition and eviction. And the only thing that's holding this community together is this community. And when I say this community, I don't mean West Grove, Black Grove, I mean Coconut Grove, because everyone in here is here for the whole Grove. They're not saying just save my section of the Grove. They're saying let us keep it together so we can continue to fight together. And they're here fighting today. I didn't bring them here, I didn't coach them what to say, and I actually don't agree with a lot of the things that were said. But they're here. They have my back because they know that I'm having their back. But I regret that they call it Ken Russell's plan, because it's not. This is our plan as a commission to vote on together based on the consultant's initial draft and the changes that we're all recommending. And all of our changes are not so far from each other, but somehow at the last meeting we became divergent into 4 separate plans, being 4 different presentations, and it pits us against each other, which it shouldn't have to be. Commissioner Carollo, I believe you do have the right to vote on this. I've never made a judgment about your ability to vote, and that is your decision. That is not for us as a body or our attorney or any body of ethics to decide. But I do not believe that you voting on a district that changes the boundary of your address in Morris Lane, I do not believe that gives you a financial advantage or a conflict of any sort. What you do with after that is what could affect that. But this vote is not a conflict. But I've never, not on this dais, nor behind your back, made those accusations. Plenty of people have come to me to ask me and talk about it. People have actually, in community meetings, asked me about, will the value of their homes change? I've said, absolutely not. This will not change your tax base. This will not change the value of your home, the perception of your home, the real estate market listing of your home. When have you ever seen a market listing show what district you live in? So it's not about all that. And my bone isn't with you. And I like I said, I regret a little that it became a back and forth debate with each resident because that affects our decisions up here, and it shouldn't. We should listen to our residents, and we discuss as the elected body to make that decision. So here's my request and my hope for the body to come, because I think we're not too far off. The changes to the draft that I had recommended meet all the criteria that we set out as a body, and maybe even better than the other drafts. Does it maintain the existing core? Well, the draft that was presented squeezes my district down to a block in some places where from Bayshore to the water is all I've got, a little isthmus holding together this long snake of a district. So I'm trying to keep it as consistent throughout. Consistent voter cohesion, I think we've established that. Folks in the Grove are very united and passionate for what they care about. And even though this representation may not be a large representation sampling of the population, it's actually quite a large representation of the voter turnout. In District 2, 6,000 people turn out altogether. I'd say over 60% of that vote comes from the Grove. And if you took the drafts that were presented, 3,000 votes are getting taken out of the Grove. Residents are being taken out of the Grove. That's be a huge effect on elections, and they have voter cohesion here that I'm trying to protect. Substantial equality of population. My draft actually equalizes my district to the others better than any of the drafts so far. The last draft still left me overpopulated. My draft takes me almost to par 0 with the average. And finally, maintaining traditional neighborhoods. There's no argument here that Coconut Grove is a traditional neighborhood. The 33133 zip code delineates right where it shows. The NCD delineates right where it shows. Everyone who lives in Natoma and Bay Heights all vote for the Coconut Grove Village Council members. The sign where you are entering Coconut Grove is north of Bay Heights. I would very much argue that Bay Heights is a strong part of the Grove. They're the only ones that want to get rid of the peacocks. But other than that, they are like-minded with everyone in the Grove.
They don't have peacocks, Bay Heights.
Bay Heights is the highest population of peacocks in the entire Coconut Grove area. And
if they did, they're not there
but let me finish, please. The ask I have is a combination of the draft I presented and the draft that Commissioner King has presented, with any tweaks that other commissioners would like to add, because I know it may have affected the boundary between D3 and D4 as I made some of my changes. I'm not sure. I didn't request those changes, but okay, if it didn't, then those are stabilized. But I believe that the one block move within the West Brickell area, the current residents west of that line and east of that line are quite similar, both in density, demographic, et cetera, and it would take very little to equalize up there, whereas taking from the Grove is a huge chunk of the neighborhood that really affects. So I'm not saying we have a right to it. I'm not saying your plans are wrong. I'm just asking. Let's help keep this neighborhood together that they care so much about, that they elected me to represent, to stand up for and give this proposal. So my motion, when it's the right time to make it, would be a hybrid of Commissioner King's proposal, my proposal, and any other amendments that any commissioners would like to request.
Thank you, Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes. Thank you, and I want to thank you all for coming and expressing yourself, because this is how democracy works. And thanks God that we live in a country that we can disagree and agree to disagree, you see. And that makes this the best country in the whole world. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Last meeting, I felt strongly your feelings and my feelings also. I said, no, I don't want to be what I'm not wanted. And I also said, well, you know, there is a great concern that the Grove, the West Grove is going to be divided and the Black Grove is going to suffer. And I asked Mr. DeGrande that sliver that was assigned to District 4, which is very odd, by the way, but that be taken out. And I stand by that request. And as I remember, the first proposal that you had, it took District 3 all the way to over Bay High. And on the west, that was your first proposal, had that. Mr. Russell complained about it. It didn't want it, Bay High to be included in there, in that proposal. And now you are proposing that as an alternative because of me, because what I am requesting. And I still stand on my request, you see, to that little sliver that was given to me from Coconut Grove, you see, which is across US 1, Bird Avenue, and all the way to 27th Avenue, which is has 114 Afro-Americans, and many people complain about that and everything. I believe that it would be better, and it will ease a lot of minds if it is taken out and you find other alternatives. And I will support that, you see. And that's what I said before. I stand today in the same position, you see. Okay? And try to not to affect the other districts negatively, and I hope doesn't require that decision to affect our main objective, which is to maintain diversity in this dais. You see, having all the city represented, and I want to see what you're going to bring, and I'm ready to vote on something that makes sense. Okay, and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Now, my comments are clearly to have the portion of my district that was taken out replaced. You've done that. Commissioner Russell, the proposal that was made by Commissioner Reyes, that is not amenable to you. That gives me back the wharf, and Commissioner Reyes gives back the part of the Grove that was given to his district. That's not sufficient.
I appreciate Commissioner Reyes giving back that portion, but I'm not sure why he's advocating for the other portion. It doesn't seem to affect him or his district in any way. So my hope is that we can maintain US 1 as the natural boundary between districts 2, 3, and 4.
I don't see the need for that. I think that, and Mr. DeGrande had explained it real well, you see, that is necessary and in order to maintain the integrity of the diversity and the growth. And I mean, in the city government, and also that was your first proposal. It did include that.
I wasn't finished, I apologize. But
I'm sorry.
Since you mentioned it, Mr. DeGrande, Commissioner Reyes said that according to you, it's necessary to take out that portion of the North Grove. Could you please express to the dais what you said to me during our briefing?
If you take out the 1,597 individuals that we had put into D4, you have to put population into D3.
Yep.
You all have different proposals as to how you accomplish that, but in order to get it within 10% deviation, I cannot put one more resident into Commissioner King's district. I've already put 10,500, and going further east would dilute the black majority in that district. So how you do it is up to you.
For the record, it is not necessary to take a portion of the Grove, but it is necessary to increase the population of D3 for normalization of the districts.
Yes,
Thank
you have to, one way or another, go south or east, as the case may be, as it moves up, of 95. You have to cross 95 to put population into D3, whether you do it up further north, which is your proposal, you do it further south, which is his proposal, or somewhere in between, but you have to put population from D2 into D3 if you're taking that portion out.
Madam Chair, to finally answer your question, if any commissioner can give me a good reason why it should come from the Grove, then I will consider. But I have not yet heard a good reason. Every reason I've heard has been debunked by the facts that are available to us in terms of the demographics in West Brickell, the demographics in the North Grove, the numbers of normalization. My plan actually achieves our goal that we set out. It meets all of our criteria. So my question is, why the Grove? Why break up the Grove if we don't have to? If we had to, I absolutely agree with you, we must. But I don't believe we have to, and I haven't heard a good reason yet why we must. And for lack of that good reason, I have to vote against anything that breaks up the Grove.
Understood. Okay, so now we have all the plans, we've seen everything. I think we all know where our position is, so somebody give me a motion.
Motion.
Well,
Commissioner Russell?
I have to clear, if I could, before we ask for a motion, something here that's not clear, and it needs to be clear.
The mics are very old.
Chair, I need to clear something that has passed and it's not been clear. When Commissioner Reyes says that he doesn't want the 1,597 individuals that live in the sliver from Burr Road to US 1, that doesn't mean that Mr. DeGrande now has to put that same amount into District 3. No. It means, because of the deviation now, that number is much greater. He's got to put closer to 3,000 people into D3. So you put 3,000 and 1,400 before approximately. Now you got you're getting closer to 4,000 and a half approximately, a little below that. And here's the problem, that Commissioner Reyes' district, D4, even with that sliver of 1,600 additional people, to be exact, 1,597, it's still the most Hispanic district out of the 3 Hispanic districts in the city. So what he does in that deviation, he puts District 3 into the future. I'm term limited out. I just got elected. I don't have to run again, nor can I run again. But he would put District 3 into the future in possible jeopardy, and Commissioner Russell knows that too, in bringing in a transplant from another part of the country, and because they speak a little Spanish and they smile all the time, they feel they could sneak in, or they give a chance to another transplant that tried this time around against me and crashed. And this district now is going to be skewed where it's not going to be clear on the kind of person that could get elected from it. Now, so I think I've cleared that area. It's not that you're switching 1,600 votes from one district to the other. It's more than that. It's almost double that you have to put in now on top of the 1,400 that were there already. Now, Silver Bluff, Shenandoah, Little Havana in District 3. They're homes. The most similar cohesive area that is left that we could go, whether to Coconut Grove or Brickell, those are the only 2 that are left, that is more cohesive with District 3. It's the Grove or parts of the Grove. When you go into West Brickell, it's not cohesive anymore. It changes quite a bit more. Not to mention, if you look just at West Brickell, the numbers also change. And this is why, Commissioner Russell, I know you forgot, I've explained it before, Mr. DeGrande talked about it. While legally we could go with either one, I will strongly object to West Brickell going into District 3 because it is only going to hurt the future of the foundation, the concept of why, when I was mayor, I push districts. And why I'm one of these guys that supposedly can represent Coconut Grove or the West Grove or the Black Grove or whatever names you want to use now. South Grove, North Grove, East Grove, depending on what the realtors can make more money with these days. This is why when there was no African American left in this commission, and something happened that we had the opening, it was Thelma Gibson herself, that you remember, came up here when she saw me that I came back and she told a story. How I was this guy that doesn't know anything about the Grove or African Americans in the West Grove that's represented them in the past 5 times citywide getting elected. She told this commission how I went and got her by the hand and I brought her to this city hall so that I could convince the rest of my colleagues to elect her and sit her up here until the next election. And this is why it's been so hurtful, hearing some of these arguments. I could understand the arguments, look, we want to be one neighborhood, We want to stay together. That's normal, like I said. But all this other stuff, that was totally uncalled for. It's wrong, and it's pure demagoguery. And these are the kind of people that hurt Coconut Grove, that hurt Miami, that hurt America. You know, if you're going to fight with truth. We might not like it, but go with the facts. But don't create lies. Don't create lies to try to get one up and confuse people. You know, I don't know if this, I guess he was a doctor, I don't know what he is, you know. He had a green outfit, I think he said what he was, so we'll find out later. That said that we were gonna cause property values to go down because we were gonna have the Little Havana. And even after I explained to him that was not so, he still wants to put the blame on us. Well, we didn't do enough of a good job in explaining it. Holy cow. So anyway, I hope, I know that it's not going to be enough for you, and I understand. But I'm explaining to you the reasons why. Look, I'm term limited. I could play politics here and not give a hoot for the future or anybody. Let you guys, you know, do whatever in the future. I'll be in Shangri-La, and don't tell me where, because I don't want it screwed up. Shangri-La, like other places have. You'll see me once in a while.
You want to give your address?
Yeah. No, but I'll have more than the 2 toilets that he wants, so I'm afraid that, you know, he might want to rent over there.
Okay.
But those are the reasons that I taken the position that I have. I do not want to change the District 3 voting patterns, the types of people that are there with different people. I don't want to do that to District 4 nor to District 1. Just like I want to be able to leave District 2, or I could still elect a guy like you, if they want to, in District 5, that will be a majority African-American district.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you. So my motion, and if you noticed, the map that was proffered today by Mr. DeGrande does not take the entire western edge of West Brickell and send it to District 3. After our last meeting, he had an epiphany, and in our discussion, our meeting, he realized he could take it block by block just to normalize enough of the population. But one thing he clearly stated, and correct me if I'm incorrect, there is basically no difference between the demographic blend, Hispanic, white, black, from the North Grove to that section along West Brickell. The idea that it's whether they're towers or single family, West Brickell already has towers that are in your district. And this is a 1-block shift.
Very few.
Theoretically,
Two-block area.
it's true, it's very few.
Okay, Commissioner
It's very
Russell?
true. And so my motion is to adopt my version of the map with only, it doesn't include Brickell City Center, for example. It uses Miami
Of course,
Avenue.
you want that still there in your district.
I'm okay either way, whichever portion, as long as it just meets the needs of the map. It wasn't my request to do it that way. But it only grabs enough to be as like your district in demographic, normalize the populations better than any other draft, and it does not make a difference between the North Grove and that piece of West Brickell to your voter base. And so if there's a reason not to do it, it goes beyond those reasons. And I can't help that. So
Let's
that's
get
my
the
motion.
let's get the motion on the
The
table.
motion
What is your
is a
motion?
combination of my draft and your draft, giving your section back to the wharf north of the river. Everything else is DeGrande's original draft, and south of the river is my draft.
Do I have a second? Now, we were faced with this before.
I have a motion.
We got a motion on it.
I move that we adopt Mr. Grande's original.
Wait, we still have, we got to deal with it. We have to.
I thought we didn't have a second.
I'm gonna make a statement.
Oh, Okay, I'm sorry.
I can make a motion for the second, but in reading the tea leaves, Commissioner Russell, I'm going to make the motion for the second. All in favor?
No, ma'am, you have to have debate. It doesn't work. This has to
Well,
be, no, this
You want
doesn't
to have
sound
some,
like that.
you want some more debate? I mean,
Of course,
because
well, yeah, because it's important to point out, and I think Commissioner Carollo hit the nail on the head. The same way that he fought back in 1997 to make sure that this commission has an African-American representative and a white representative, to have a diverse commission and a diverse city. What Mr. Russell's plan does, down the line, not in 2022, but in 2026 or 27, is disintegrate that Hispanic district, District 3. Because the same, I would venture to say, and then we would have a minority Hispanic commission in a majority Hispanic city. How is that democracy? How does that work? If we have at-large districts, then all 5 would be Hispanic Americans, and that would not be fair. So District 3, by moving it east, and it's not my district, by the way, my district is in the middle. I can't go north, because if I go north, I jeopardize the African American seat. So I'm good. I'm in a good place. I'm right in the middle. But I look at the future, and I look that my district will remain the same, whoever replaces me, that Commissioner Reyes' district will remain a Hispanic American seat, but Commissioner Carollo's district, whoever replaces him, is jeopardized as to having an Hispanic American commissioner. And that's wrong. There's no one here, even you, Commissioner Russell, that can argue this commission should be majority non-Hispanic. The same way that we fought for you, Madam Chair, to be there, same way we fought for you to be there, you have to fight for the majority of the city. And Commission District 3 will be compromised severely, and I think Mr. DeGrande can attest to what will happen, because I would venture to say, I would guess, I think it's a pretty educated guess, that if Mr. DeGrande's original plan would have gone to Brickell, that Brickelites will be here instead of Grovites. We don't want to be part of Little Havana, because no one here can argue that Brickell and those high-rise buildings where all the transplants are coming to have anything in common with East Little Havana. And if you guys have ever been to East Little Havana, I'm sure you've been to Brickell, but if you haven't been, go to East Little Havana and see the difference. How is that cohesiveness? How are those communities of interest? You're shifting the balance of power in a Hispanic district to the east, and you're jeopardizing its future. And that's why it's wrong, Madam Chairman. And that's why it deserves debate. Because it's not about me, and it's not about Commissioner Carollo or Reyes or Russell or you. It's about this commission, the future of this commission, the future of this city. We're able to make good decisions here because we have diversity, because we have you, and we have Commissioner Russell, and we have generational change differences. And we come from different economic backgrounds, different parts of the city. These things work. It may not be pretty all the time. You know, making sausage is not pretty all the time either, but it tastes delicious. It may not be pretty, but it's important to have these different groups representing the rest of the city. I'm going to vote against it. If you want to vote for it, you vote for it. But I'm telling you, this vote jeopardizes a Hispanic American seat, and that's as discriminatory as anything else we can do up here. And I cannot do that and ever support that.
Madam Chair, just a couple more minutes, real brief. Commissioner Russell, you're running for the U.S. Senate.
There we go.
Prior to that, you were running for Congress. I think part of the problem that we have in our government, that half the people we have here don't like the jobs they have and they want to leave us. But you're supposed to leave your position by, I think, January of next year. You're supposed to resign at a certain time. I don't know if it's July or August. Do you have a time, City Clerk?
June 3rd.
June 3rd. Now, while I don't believe that you're going to resign, let's say, for the sake of...
Madam Chair, just like my house, this is irrelevant to this discussion.
This is relevant to this conversation. Because if you resign like you're supposed to, and you lose your primary, then you would have packed District 3 with the kind of voters that you think would be amicable to you, and then you can move into District 3, and then you can run again for the commission when I'm not around.
I wish I
When
had
I'm
the
not
political
around.
genius that you have to think of these things.
No. Look,
Okay, okay.
I've seen enough that I know that you're not as dumb as you try to pretend you are.
Okay, let's move along. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? Commissioner Reyes?
I want to clarify
Okay.
what is the motion. And also, I totally oppose moving District 3 east. Totally oppose that.
Why?
Getting population
He's
from.
wrong. Commissioner Diaz-Libertia's statement is wrong. It does not
Commissioner Russell-
dilute the
No, I
Hispanic
said
vote.
I totally
Commissioner
oppose.
Let's
Russell-
ask our expert.
Commissioner-
Because last time
Hold on a second.
hold
Commissioner
on.
Russell doesn't have a law degree.
Where is the
He
city
does.
manager? Where's the city
I'd like to
manager?
hear that too.
Hold on.
Ask him.
Hold on.
Listen to me.
Listen. Commissioner Reyes has the floor. Guys, we can only speak one at a time. Where is the manager? When will I get the thing so I can cut everybody's mic off? So, Commissioner Reyes, go ahead.
That's right. I am totally opposed. That means that I don't agree with getting population from the east of District 3 and moving it into District 3. I'm total, because Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, he made a statement which is true. You see, you have to know what is the population, the movement, the tendency of the population, how it is moving. And the tendency is to come from Brickell going east, okay? So the only way that we can, from District 3, District 2, that we can get population to District 3, it is south of District 3. That's it. Okay? And that's why I did agree with, which was your first suggestion to move from what it is now, move it east to Bay Heights and all of this, which is, by the way, close to 52% Hispanic.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Madam Chair, at least two commissioners here have asked for Mr. DeGrande to address this inconsistency because that is affecting Commissioner Reyes' vote. It's clearly affecting Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's vote, and I appreciate your second, but it only means something if you and I together try to convince a third.
Mr. DeGrande, can you
Chair,
address
Chair,
the discrepancy?
I have to bring this up. You know, this is almost irrelevant, whatever answer he gives you, because as I stated before, the problem, if you take the 1,597 in that sliver in what you now call the West Grove, away from District 4, that means you got to pack even more, close to 3,000 people, in addition to the 1,400, District 3. So you throw it up balance completely. So
I understand, but two commissioners asked for Mr. DeGrande to answer a question, and I'm trying to be fair, so let Mr. DeGrande answer the
yeah, but
question.
he's going to have to answer it then in all from what you have that we did in the last plan, all the way into the West Brickell to accomplish the additional votes, if you're not going to put any, in District 4.
To answer the question, and I'll tell you what I have told you in previous meetings, the reason I did not go east when I was doing District 3 is because I found the population to be dissimilar. It was approximately 40-some% Hispanic going into a district that's approximately 88% Hispanic. Now, what I did in the base plan was take small areas of population south of US 1 when I was authorized specifically by resolution of this commission to go south of US 1. I put initially in my initial plan to go to Commissioner Reyes' point, I had gone Bay Heights and up to Simpson Park. That was about 1,300 people. When there was questions about whether we should put Bay Heights in or not, I took it out and then went south further down from Alaska Avenue, which is the wall of Bay Heights, down to take the equivalent amount of population that I had taken out when I did Bay Heights up to Simpson Park, approximately 1,300 and something individuals. Now, in any of the plans, is District 3 still a majority Hispanic district? The answer is yes. Is it stronger Hispanic district under the base plan? Absolutely.
Can you stay up there for a second?
No, don't leave.
If I could ask him another question
Wait,
on that?
Commissioner Russell has,
Thank you.
I just saw his
Okay.
hand
Thank
first,
you.
not out of
No,
anything.
that's fine.
Mr. DeGrande, you mentioned that the Brickell portion was 40% Hispanic. It would be going into an 80% Hispanic District 3. What about the Natoma and Bay Heights areas? What is their Hispanic population?
For example, the movement done by Commissioner Reyes, which is
Simpson Park.
No. Not, because what Commissioner Carollo's argument about Commissioner Reyes giving up that portion in the West Grove, the Bird Avenue portion, is now nullified because Commissioner Reyes has offered that and nobody's challenging that part. So we do have to find the additional number. The only question is whether that number comes from the North Grove or the West Brickell area. So my question to you is, what is the Hispanic population percentage of the North Grove?
of the North Grove.
Whether you take it Natoma or whether you take it Bay Heights, what is that percentage?
I don't have that available.
I need that percentage because you're telling me it's 40 in West Brickell. If it is 35 in Natoma, then the argument goes back to my side that it is better for District 3 to take a piece of West Brickell than Bay Heights. However, if it's the flip, and it's a 50% Hispanic in Bay Heights, then maybe Commissioner Carollo's argument has more merit. So I need that number.
To answer your question, other than you give me an area and I'll go to the computer, Commissioner Reyes' proposal, which takes Bay Heights and goes up slightly past Simpson Park, is 51% Hispanic. So it is more Hispanic than moving straight east into Brickell. Now, again, that is additional population going into D3. The population that I brought into D3 was roughly 1,300 people. The population that is coming into D3 from Commissioner Reyes' plan is more than that, and from yours is more than that also.
Madam Chair, may I?
Sure, please.
Thank you. Mr. DeGrande, let's extrapolate a little bit. When you went through the Brickell area, I'm sure you looked at Commissioner Russell's. Well, first of all, how many redistricting plans have you done over the decades?
Too many to remember.
Okay,
I've done congressional, I've done state, I've done House, I've done school board, I've done municipal, I've done City of Miami twice already. This is my third time.
So you could say you're an expert.
Some people would say that, yeah.
Right, and I'm sure you did your due diligence or your hard work to come up with a base plan, and the initial plan.
Correct.
And I'm sure you went through all those census tracts and you went through the whole process and you said, this is the best way to do it. And along the way, you probably looked, I would guess, and you tell me if I'm wrong, you probably looked at some buildings in the West Brickell area that are already there. You probably looked at those populations and where they're trending, what constitutes those populations.
Yes.
And you probably found, I would guess, tell me if I'm wrong, that those buildings that are now inhabited are predominantly Anglo. Most people have moved from New York down here and are predominantly, for lack of a better expression, not similar voters to East Little Havana voters. Is that correct?
I would say predominantly Anglo. I would say about almost even money between Hispanic and Anglo. And I can't testify as to the demographics of who's moving down, but it is markedly different than the population in District 3.
And as a result, you decided that the best move would be to go south and not to go east, because there are more people in Bay Heights that are more similar to the people that live behind Casola's Pizza, for example, right, than to the people that live in Brickell and East Little Havana.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. So you made, based on your experience and your knowledge and your decades of experience, that you made a decision to go south. We have a commissioner, with all due respect, who's never done redistricting, who's fighting for his community as he should, as we would fight for ours, as we fight for ours. As we also, I wasn't here, but Commissioner Carollo was here, how he also sacrificed communities for the greater good. So they decided back then, he decided back then, and the commission back then, that the greater good, a greater Miami, a united Miami, there's no city of Flagami, there's no city of Alapata, there's no city of Coconut Grove. So the greater good prevails, or should. Logic, right? And so he decided there was a greater good for Miami, right? To create single-member districts and have an African-American and have a white on our city commission. And you decided that doing this, the best thing to do is to find, and you can extrapolate what's going to happen to Miami, what's happening to Miami, how Miami's changing, and where the change is occurring. So when you have a high rise of 62 stories in downtown Miami, and you see who's moved into those high rises that have already gone up, what's going to happen when we do the next redistricting, or the next election, or the one after that one, before the next redistricting? Those City Commission 3 will be severely compromised. And we're going to have to come back here and have a debate. I may not be here, I may, or a lawsuit, or whatever it takes to say, or even pass a resolution, an ordinance that makes it at large. Because if you don't care about if some people here, and I'm saying everyone, doesn't care about the greater Miami, are we going to do it then? It's our responsibility. Commissioner Carollo, when he was Mayor Carollo, decided that it was the right thing to do for the greater Miami, for the greater good of Miami. And he broke up Hispanic neighborhood after Hispanic neighborhood because he had to, for the greater good. Yeah, we've had a number of people here that are arguing for their community, and I respect that. And you should. But I'm here for Miami. Even though I represent a district, I care about all Miami. And Commissioner Carollo cares about the future of Miami and the future of District 3, more importantly, which will impact the future of Miami. So you went south because you thought it was a fair thing to do, the right thing to do, and you also, because you have experience, you said, hey, I'm going to extrapolate what can happen down the line. This is a 10-year, we're stuck with this unless we sue for 10 years. You said to yourself, hey, you know what? It makes sense to go south. And you didn't only go south in City Commission 3, you went south in City Commission 4. You knew that that's where you had to go, not east. And that's why I'm not inclined to support this, because it's wrong. It's wrong for our city, Madam Chair, and you of all people should understand that. It's wrong. It's wrong when others fight for other communities in this city to now turn around and jeopardize a Hispanic American seat down the line.
Thank you. Commissioner, hold on one second.
I just want to ask.
Commissioner Reyes, 1 second. May we take a 5-minute recess?
Break? Yes, ma'am.
I think all of us need to.
I have to go to. ¿Cuántas? De acá.
Back in order? Is that order or in session?
Got it.
I believe we had a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion? Are we ready to vote on this motion? The motion is Commissioner Russell's motion. Can you
Yes.
repeat your motion, please?
Yes, and the only thing I was waiting on, if Mr. DeGrande could possibly give it to me, is the Hispanic demographic of the Natoma or Bay Heights areas. Because Commissioner Reyes's district, Commissioner Reyes's proposal includes that entire section along South Miami Avenue. And so I don't know, that's in mine as well. So the only differentiating factor is that section of Bay Heights or Natoma Manors, and I need to know what the Hispanic demographic is.
Hold on a second.
I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner, when you
Okay,
say,
then
Hold
we're
on.
voting with incomplete
Wait,
information. I'll just
Wait,
let
hold
you
on, hold on.
Can I call the question?
Hold on. Vice Chair, you were saying something? Oh, this is off. You were saying something, Vice Chair?
Yeah, if we're going to get into more questions with Mr. DeGrande.
No, microphone.
If we're going to get into more questions with Mr. DeGrande, I had the floor before you asked for the 5-minute recess. Now,
Sorry.
No, but I just suggest, look, let's vote on this. Ken, you have a habit that when you see that, the horse won't go to water, you want to keep whipping it and whipping it and whipping it, it still ain't going to drink the water.
Just looking for truth.
Okay? So, well, that's what I've been doing when I've been asking when you're moving out of the sweetheart deal you got there in Rennie.
I'm moving into your
Looking for
house.
the truth. Well,
So I'll call the
sit
question.
with me tonight. I'll cut you a heck of a deal. Instead of 16,000, 8,000. How about that? And you got 5 bathrooms. Isn't that the reason that you said you sold it? Because
Okay.
you needed a second toilet. You get 5 with mine.
I'm not as rich as
Okay,
you.
we are going to, there's a call to question. Mr. DeGrande, do you have the information readily at hand?
no, ma'am.
Okay.
I can get the information. I don't have it readily at hand, no.
Okay, we're going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
Motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Wait a second. Motion fails 4-1.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the DeGrande-based plan with the following exceptions. We accept Commissioner Reyes's desire to have the Grove returned back to the Grove. We respect your desire to have the wharf in your district. With those changes and any tweaks that you may need to do to adjust variations along the way, that's my motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item?
Let me,
Chair.
I need to tell you, if the motion is bringing the wharf that has no population, doesn't affect my deviation. If we are taking out the 1,597, it disbalances the plan.
From District 4.
Right, it disbalances the plan. It exceeds a 10% overall deviation.
That we return the Grove to District 2 from the District 4 portion of it.
Yeah, but then the problem that you have is that District 3 is going to be fully imbalanced.
So
Because I
let's,
got to take
No,
double
District-
the amount almost.
But District 3 remains as in the original plan.
It can't.
No,
It cannot.
cannot.
That's the
I would-
problem.
You cannot move it.
Yeah, that's
that
what I
is-
was explaining before.
That is why in Commissioner Reyes's plan, we had to move an additional 2,280 people into District 3 to balance the population.
Why do
It's
you,
actually
why
more
do you
than-
have to?
hold on, through the chair. Let's
I
do
mean,
this
through the
through the
chair,
chair.
through the-
Because
through-
Vice Chair was speaking. Let's do this through the chair so it's orderly and,
Through the chair, why if there is only 1,500, 1,400 people, or 600, whatever, you have to move 2,600,
That's a good question.
you see?
The current overall deviation in my base plan has District 2 at 5.46, and then the lowest district was 2.14. That gave me a 7.6 overall deviation. If you take the 1597 out of your plan, your district becomes the low mark at 3.9. But I'm putting 2 additional percentages into District 2. So now I'm at 11-something%. To get it down below, I need to put actually more population into District 3 than just the 1597, because my parameters of who was the low and who was the high remains the same, remains District 2, but at 2 percentage points higher. And yours dropped to close to 4%. Before, yours was not the low mark, now yours is. So it disbalances the plan to a greater degree than just the 1597, because you're kind of doubling the impact. You're taking 1597 out of yours, which makes your deviation much lower. You're adding that 1597 to what's already the high deviation. So I kind of have to put almost,
That's not what I understood when I told you, take it out. That's not what I understood. I thought that you will take only those 1,500 and you will find them along the line that...
And we did. We took Bay Heights and we went all the way past Simpson Park to get you down below the 10%.
Yeah, you went to Westbrook.
And 1,800 of the votes came from West Brookwood.
Yeah.
And those are, you can't go anywhere else?
But that's the thing.
Through the chair, because I
Madam
don't want
Chair.
all of us talking to him at one time and then it's lost in translation.
But
If you can't solve, am I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. If you can't solve it that way, and I don't know if you're amenable to this, Madam Chair, or not, we can just go back to the base plan. We go back to the base plan and we incorporate the wharf into yours, and we leave the base plan as originally presented to us as is.
If that is the will of the body, if there's a motion for that, I think we have a motion and a second on the floor.
I'll make that motion.
But wait, we got to dispose of the motion that's on the floor now. So let's dispose of the motion on the floor now. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair.
Chair.
What's the motion?
So
No,
the,
you're not aye. No,
Madam Chair?
No.
Yes.
I need to put on the record.
Hold
that-
on, hold on. The
Oh, you're
clerk is,
disposing of the original mo-
the
no.
clerk has his hand up. I'm doing something wrong.
no. So yes, there was a motion made by Commissioner Diaz-Libertia, second by
I would-
Commissioner Reyes. You'll withdraw that?
Oh, he's
Exactly.
withdrawing that?
withdrew the
Okay,
motion.
he's
Exactly.
withdrawing the motion.
And filed a new, and proposed a new motion.
Okay.
That takes it back to its original plan, incorporating the wharf into District 5.
Is there a second?
Wait.
Correct.
The original base plan.
Yes.
Which would take Commissioner Reyes' piece back out of District 2 from the
Yes.
West Grove. Everyone that was thanking you all today, will take back that thank you, because that West Grove piece is going back to D4. Is that?
I understand what the motion is.
I didn't. I'm just trying to get it clear.
Don't play this
I want it to be clear,
pressure
because I wasn't
power
clear.
play on Commissioner Reyes.
Nobody can
Because he did not understand before that by taking 1,600 out, he was going to have to be putting some 3,000 into District 3.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
So
Is there-
actually, by him doing that, more of the Grove was going to be taken away than by going with the original plan that Mr. DeGrande made after he adjusted it when this commission heard the original one that he presented.
Okay, so, my mic is off. All righty. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Reyes, no? Do you understand what the motion is?
Yes, but I still think that,
We can't hear you.
no, I'd stand with my, my proposal, and I think that, probably something can be done, and that's it. You can vote yes, and we are out of here.
Yep.
But,
We're done.
Three votes only.
I know, I understand the 3 votes, but the concession that you were giving for the Grove and now you won't have that.
That's
What do you
already
mean a
ruled.
concession to the group?
With you giving your portion to the Grove, that's not what's on the table right now.
But it's on the table is.
The original plan.
The original plan and
and-
takes that concession that I was giving to the,
Yes.
he takes it out.
Yeah, but wait a minute, what concession to the
Well,
group?
not concession,
You're
no.
taking 1,600 from your district,
And-
or you're taking another 1,800 from the Grove.
Yeah.
So what are you doing to the Grove? You're
I'm
taking
not
more from the
taking-
Grove.
I'm not taking any.
You are taking more from the
Well,
Grove.
hold on. You don't have to raise
Wait,
your voice on me, okay? Hold on a
right,
second.
let's not
Okay.
raise our voice.
No, don't raise your voice on me, okay?
Okay.
What I'm saying is this, What I said before, you see, that I did not want to represent that area, okay? That was 1,500. And Commissioner Carollo is what you were saying, and without raising your voice, it is that by me doing that, okay, it makes it worse for the growth. And it's true, because now we have to get, but since I gave my word, I'm not gonna go back on it, as of now, okay?
All right, so the motion's on the floor. There was aye. All against?
No.
All against?
Against?
3-2.
Yes, ma'am. 3-2 with Commissioner Russell and Commissioner Reyes voting no.
We still have, that will conclude this redistricting meeting.
Ma'am, before you conclude, just let me
I just concluded.
explain what we would propose to do now is we will finalize that plan. We will create a report based on that plan, and we will bring that back to your city attorney. So I would guess she would want to put it in the form of a resolution so that it could be formally adopted by this commission and then become the redistricting plan.
Okay. Well, we still,
Right,
No, we just did.
it's just, it's a procedural thing. You just made a vote, we're gonna draft the resolution, you will give us the maps as attachments.
and
You
then
don't
we have to
come
vote
back.
for it as a final plan.
Isn't this what we were doing today?
I thought that was it.
Well, they said
We
they
don't
have
need to, we don't need to come back anymore.
Oh,
You've made your vote. It was just procedural and how, logistics. We
Okay.
got it. They just voted, we draft the resolution based on their vote, you give us the attachments, and it becomes a finalized, they finally voted today. No additional vote needed.
okay. So we still have the remainder of the commission meeting left. Do you want,
Just 60 seconds. I just need to flip the tape.
right, do you want
We
to
take 10.
10-minute reset, 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 6:15. The City of Miami Commission meeting for March 24th, 2022 is now in session. Mr. City Clerk, do we need to read anything into the record?
No, ma'am. I believe the next item would be BU1 if we're going in chronological order.
D, what'd you say?
B, Bravo Uniform .1.
Oh, the budget. Hi, Maggie.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, Maggie Gorin, Budget Director. This is the monthly update that I do for year-to-date budget to actual projection for the fiscal year. Can you bring up the presentation? And I had it on. I can always, Madam Chair, just go to the bottom just to
Give us
go
a
through the summary.
Yes, please,
Okay.
give us the summary.
The summary is that through February, revenues are exceeding expenses by 17.1 million. With that, there's some deficit that we need to take consideration. Internal Service Fund, which is for workers' comp and health insurance of 8.7 million. Also, the contingency reserve per our financial integrity principles, which is our policies, that we have $5 million in reserve for emergencies, for storms or anything that is an emergency that needs to be used for. And also, we have Transportation Trust, which is $2.1 million. We are to use only for transportation-related items, which leaves us to the numbers to February of 2022 of a net surplus of $1.4 million. Do I have any questions?
Do we have any questions for, do we have any questions on her report?
No, I already got my answers during the agenda prep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. You want me to repeat it?
We are now on, I think we have one item that we didn't address, that we passed on. Let me see.
Nobody here for PCs?
Well, we haven't gotten to the PZs yet.
No, but I'm wondering because I don't see attorneys. So.
I do.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. You were hiding behind the
Okay.
podium.
All right, so we are on now, DI2.
That's your, Alex, right?
I know, yes, sir. I'm going to defer that item.
Defer it.
Second?
DI2. So I have a
Discussion
motion
item.
and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And Chair, deferring the item till what date?
Next commission meeting, why not?
April 14th.
Sooner or later, we'll get there, I guess.
Okay. Have we finished the agenda, Mr. City Clerk? Because I show that we're on planning and zoning now.
There is a DI3.
DI3, I'm sorry, discussion item D.
I think you all have had enough exciting for one afternoon. I don't want to make it over exhausting. So if this could be rolled over for the next meeting.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Deferred to the next meeting.
Aye,
That would
too.
be April 14th. Okay, so,
And before you move to the planning and zoning items, we do have one pocket item, Commissioner Russell's pocket item. I don't know if you want to wait until after the planning and zoning items or.
no, we can take it.
So moved.
Motion to
What is it?
I'm sorry, it's meant to be passed out after the redistricting.
Yeah.
It's the F1 item.
A pocket item for
Why are we
Commissioner.
The one I saw earlier?
What are we opposing?
If it's a political,
What are we opposing?
is it a political position for Washington or?
10,000 square foot vote for Ken signs.
No, I figured.
I mean, is that a Washington, I mean, it is a Congress law or is that state?
While we get acquainted with the pocket item, Madam City Attorney, could you please read it into the record?
You know, kind of think of it, after you made that statement, you're not spending any of your money, I'm told. You know, I don't know.
What's that?
You're not spending, I'm told, any of your money that you're collecting.
Why would I? The race isn't until August.
Uh-huh. Okay,
I got a staff, they're working.
all right. You're not thinking that if you don't run, you're gonna borrow that to build a house in that empty lot, are you? I hope not.
I'm gonna rent your house and run for D3.
I'm gonna give you a good deal. Believe me. And you'll be thrilled. You can go to the bathroom, you know?
Are you going to give a?
One every day of the
I should
the
have
week.
never brought up my bathrooms. My wife is killing me every time you mention it. She's gonna.
Are you going to give a?
Yes,
one
you should
more
not have. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, we're reading today an ordinance on first reading that has to do with our temporary banner program. Basically, this item is so that we can allow for banners like we have for for the Super Bowl in the past, that are a little bigger than the ones that we allow now for temporary events, and for a month instead of 2 weeks. We have to draft an ordinance because we don't have the exception in the code. So we're gonna do an ordinance for today, first reading, and then we will bring it back on 4/14.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm not seeing here is, everyone's gonna make money except the city.
Oh, no, we will.
How much is the city gonna make?
Yeah, how much are they paying for that?
I believe that
I don't have a payment structure.
25,000, I think it is. Application fee is what I'm reading.
It's an application fee?
Yeah, $25,000
per sign.
per sign, yes.
Per
Okay.
sign.
Where's that at? The back?
That's,
Yeah.
they're giving
I
you
believe
more of the
it's-
campaign than
Oh,
that.
at the back of the
makes
page.
it-
Yeah, the back of the page, section 6. How much?
Yeah, we're gonna take less than Russ is getting
Yeah.
for
Oh,
the campaign. I
but it's an
mean,
excess.
my God.
Man, it's an excess of 5,000 square feet. Is that, how many signs are in excess of 5,000 square feet?
I think their representatives should come up and represent this because
Well,
this is something that they.
Let me say this. There should be a percentage of whatever they're paying,
They make.
you know, whatever they're paying, there should be a percentage, but never less than the 25 that they're putting there. I mean, you'll have the opportunity to lie to us as long as we don't catch you. But really, look, I don't mind your clients, you guys. Where's the other guy? Because there's another group that's representing here.
Barry Rush, or no?
No,
Excuse me,
no.
let me, Francois is 33
Yeah,
Northeast,
Versailles,
43rd
yeah.
Street
But
with offices.
You've been with Barry a long time. There's somebody else that Barry had, or the Tampa.
Oh, Javier Fernandez?
No, not him either. Boy, it's another one I didn't know about.
F1 has them. F1's very busy.
Now I'm falling
look-
short of names, I apologize.
Okay, well, all that I want to see is that it's going to be fair. You know, this is 30 days. I want to be able to get a percentage that's going to be higher than 25,000, I'm sure. A reasonable percentage. You know, it could even be maybe near as low as what you guys took for the wheel, not what I asked for. But I still got him with the surcharge, so I was pretty close.
Over 12%, that was your.
Well, no, I wanted
With a
25.
surcharge.
I wanted 25. You guys cut a deal for them at 10, and then they didn't realize that we had an 8% surcharge, so
Yeah.
we came pretty close.
That's right.
Yeah.
That wasn't your option, I made that deal.
I'm open to any
I know
amendment.
you made it late at night, yeah.
If between first and second reading, we'll get back to you, we can get to that. We're amenable to that, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, you know we're going to put a percentage there.
Of course,
So tell Barry to come back with something reasonable. I think he's a reasonable man,
yes.
okay? And we'll add it in.
Okay, all in favor?
Can-
Aye.
An
Madam
ordinance.
Chair, I need a motion
ordinance
and the
I'll move it.
title.
I'll move
I
it.
already moved it.
Well, I'll second it.
Okay. Did you-
And I second
You-
the percentage.
Read it.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission authorizing deviations from the standards for temporary banners set forth in Chapter 62, Article 13, Division 8 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Planning and Zoning Approval for Temporary Uses and Occupancies. Permit required, temporary banners for such permits issued within a portion of the Central Business District for display in connection with the Miami Formula One Grand Prix between April 15, 2022 and May 15, 2022, establishing terms and conditions in order to regulate the activities and temporary banners, providing for severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Madam Chair, the fine print says they have to bring F1 to downtown Miami next year. I'm kidding, it doesn't.
Okay, so all in, public comment. Is anyone here for public comment? Seeing none, public comment period is closed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we're on planning and zoning items. PZ1 and its companion PZ2. Could you read that into the record?
PZ1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the comprehensive neighborhood plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163 through 187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from low-density restricted commercial to medium-density restricted commercial of the approximately 1.75 acres described herein in real properties located at 600 Northwest 42nd Avenue, 4251, 4253, and 4255 Northwest 6th Street, and 601 Northwest 43rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission. One second, I'm sorry.
We have the.
PZ2, an ordinance.
Rodriguez family here.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T4L General Urban Zone Limited to T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited of the properties generally located at 600 Northwest 42nd Avenue, 4251, 4253, and 4255 Northwest 6th Street, and 601 Northwest 43rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A, further accepting the voluntarily proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
This is Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, and Commissioner, when I met, well, I want to make a disclosure. I met with a lady.
Yes.
When I met, I know, well, your area and my area.
You better explain that.
Oh, in my office.
Ms. Marriero, just so that Chacha knows, with Marriero
Okay, we
Perez,
met about this.
and they met and discussed this project.
That's right.
Jenny's disclosure.
Okay, it's a Jenny discussion. Okay, I know this area real well. You know it real well.
Yes,
You
sir.
see, I used to have my office on Ocean Bank. And the only thing that I ask, because, you know, we have, and you also, you have, it is your district, behind us, behind 6th Street, you have a lot of single-family homes.
Neighbors are complaining,
And,
yes.
and what I asked if they could, by all means, make the exit and the entrance in the main thoroughfare. For example, entrance on 7th Street and exit on 42nd Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of then going into the neighborhood, traffic
Of
going
course,
into
I
the
agree.
neighborhood.
I agree. And I think, Ms. Marrero, you probably should have met with me too along the way.
We reached out several times to set something up,
Okay.
and I'm sorry we didn't have an opportunity to
Okay,
meet, but
yes,
we
but
did.
I think you may have spoken to one of my aides, I'm not sure, but I know in the briefing that you have surveyed the neighbors, and what do they think about it?
We did. So just for the record, initially, my name is Ines Marrero. I'm attorney with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue.
Marrero Priegues, right?
Marrero Priegues, yes.
With an
Yes,
S.
it's
But with
it's
an
all
S.
mine.
Commissioner Caro is with an S.
No, I carry both
Salazar.
names with much pride. It's
Yeah.
my father, and Priegues is my mother's, it comes from my mother's side. She's very proud in heaven that I still use her surname. So this, it's an important piece of property on Northwest 7th and 42nd and Lejeune. It's been vacant for several years across the street from the Ocean Bank building. We deferred this item last time so we could have a meeting with the neighbors. We held a meeting at the La Rosa restaurant, and only one couple showed up there. We sent notices to the property owners and the residents. So the notices of the meeting went to the tenants. Some of the houses there are tenant occupied. We send them notices. One neighbor came up. Their concerns are really mostly about what happens when the site is developed. They had issues with construction. We explained to them how the construction of the project is going to be staged and gave them assurances that we're going to give them a contact person so that if there's any issues during the development with the construction work or staging, the cranes, parking on the swales, that they have somebody to contact. I told them, you call the city's going to be there because code enforcement is always the first there. But I want you to call the developer and talk to us so we can correct those issues. In addition, I did have the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Reyes, and he expressed a concern that I'm sure you two share through the chair, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, about traffic. And so we will add to the covenant that we have proffered limits, heights, so that
3 stories, right? If I understand.
Pardon me?
It's 3 stories?
to 3 stories on the residential development.
On the residential side, right.
Right.
On the residential side.
And in addition to that, we will amend that covenant to proffer that the owner will use best efforts in the design of any proposed development to avoid driveways off Northwest 6th Street and Northwest 43rd Avenue. So
43rd and 6th Street.
both Northwest 6th and Northwest 43rd, because those become the cut-through streets for people to then go into the neighborhood. So we're in agreement with that. Best efforts, because it's Miami 21 and it's DOT's roads, but we will work in our design to make sure that the traffic cut-through is mitigated.
Okay. I move it.
I second.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. PZ2?
PZ2 is a companion item, so the
Right,
first
so
one was
PZ 1 and 2, we did all, okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yay.
3.
Is it 3?
No, 3 and 4 are deferred.
Deferred. 3
Street.
3 and 4 have
Five.
been deferred. PZ 5?
Here she comes.
PZ 5?
Here she comes.
Hold on one second. Victoria, can you read this into the record, please?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending table 4, titled Density, Intensity, and Parking, to change the amount that the parking ratio may be reduced within a transit-oriented development area or within a transit corridor, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Commissioners, right now, as this is drafted, it was planning to only allow the 30% waiver. But I believe that Commissioner Carollo wants to proffer an amendment so that all of them can still be allowed the 30, 50, and 100%, but by exception to City Commission, which is very different than just someone just signing off on it.
Okay,
internally.
through the chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Those, low-income housing that, for example, seniors, senior housing, and those also are available. The reduction should, if they have, they're asking for a reduction in parking, it has to come to the,
Right.
to the commission and have an exception. Everybody must have an exception.
Right, so that's how it's being changed. Right now, the process, and Director Snow can elaborate better than I can.
There's no senior housing that's created.
No, I don't, I know, but just in case. Because they don't need that much, because I agree with you in this.
So right now, it's done by a parking waiver.
Excuse me a minute. I want to make sure, and for the record, I know, and I heard a lot of people come in and said it's going to hurt them and all the, all the excuses. I do understand. But this is not a pedestrian and a bicycle city. This is still automobile. We don't have not a decent mass transit system. We don't have a mass transit system, period. And what's happening, and maybe some of the people that came here, they don't live within the city limits, and they don't suffer what people in some neighborhoods are suffering, that you get a parking reduction and people still using their automobiles, but they constantly park in front of the house, the homes, on the swales, and there is a mess, you see? And I know for a fact. I know that. I have an apartment building, and I have those, remember, those strip shopping centers that they had a very few parking spaces? Well, those strip shopping centers, people that work there park in front of my house and in front of everybody's house. And even people that are going to patronize those businesses, they park in front in the neighborhood. And that's what I want to avoid, you see?
That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid.
Yes, that's why I support it.
You said it very well. I go through Little Havana. I'm sure if I went through Flagami and some of your neighborhoods, it would be the same, some in Alapata. And there's no room to park in the streets.
Nope.
Because already we have, in certain Little Havana, a percentage of buildings that were built in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, that are in these little small lots, 3 stories. They have 26, 30-plus units and no parking. And then if we're going to keep doing the same with more, under the pretense that, oh, we're going to be making affordable housing, and we're not. I mean, unfortunately, there's going to be, a lot of smaller developers that are going to make good money out of this. But it's going to create more problems for us because we're not going to have the parking for these people. Now, one of the things that I'd be happy to consider later on, if we work it out with off-street parking, that we buy some lots, and then within a certain area, they could build more, but they got to lease the space from the parking authority. But what we can't have is this free-for-all that we're having right now. I mean, that there's just no parking. And then when you include the nighttime in some of our districts, mine maybe more than yours in this case because I have an entertainment district, of the hundreds and hundreds of people, not to say thousands, which is really the case, that come at night, especially weekend nights, and have nowhere to park, my God, it's crazy for the people that live in that area. I'm one of those. I see it. So now, the other thing that I would add in this, that anyone that's had an application in progress will be grandfathered in. That's only fair. You can't change the rules after someone has started. And I don't know how many projects there are. I hope it's not too many. But that's the only thing that I would include.
Right, so our suggestion would be completed completed applications, like that they've been reviewed and approved and those type of things, not necessarily.
Good afternoon, everyone. Iris Escara with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Complete applications is actually, I was here because I wanted to make sure I understand the commission's purview to be able to change, and that's fine. I just wanted to vest because we have clients. I have an affordable housing project that's in process. We've been at it for some time. To pivot now to a different application, they lose months, right? Most of my applications are in Commissioner Russell's district with one in Commissioner King's district. I have none in your districts at the moment. So we just wanted to make sure I have a complete application. We've uploaded an application that's been reviewed. It's passed pre-screen, but it's not yet fully approved. So it's in process.
Okay, but it's completed, in what you're saying, the process.
It's a complete application.
The problem is that right now we have like hundreds in the pipeline. So I have to figure out with planning what is completed for the most part.
Okay.
I've placed mine into the record for without doubt, because I always got to make sure that my folks are clearly protected. We have an affordable housing project.
Well, we need to clarify what complete application is. Because at the same time that I need to bring some order to this process, I also understand that if people have been acting in good faith going forward, you don't pull the rug from under their feet like that.
No, and they've already paid architects, filed plans. Some of them have been noticed, but they're not approved yet. They're in process.
So between first and second, we're going to talk to the planning and zoning departments and try and figure out what would be the best threshold to address Ms. Escara's concerns.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is the final, yeah. Okay. I move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm against on first reading. I'll talk more as we go through, but I am in favor of parking reductions. There's buildings downtown that have zero parking, and they're successful through the market. And in some respect, I want to trust that they wouldn't build it if they couldn't sell it, if they didn't have sufficient parking for their residents, where it's correct. But where they're taking advantage and not providing, and then this parking spills out in the streets, I agree with you fully. So I'm a no for now, but I'm happy to discuss further.
And have an exception and prove that they are doing it.
So we have any further discussion? We have a motion and a second,
They already voted.
and a yawn.
Quanto bainhos pode ter em sua casa?
Desculpa. Tá
Excuse
falando
me.
português de novo?
Interpreter.
Rapaz, por favor.
Todd,
Por favor, rapaz.
Relentless.
go ahead, Todd. What do you want to say?
Chair,
You
Madam
don't
City-
even want to know what we just said. I'm just kidding.
Through the chair, Madam City Attorney, the amendment that you mentioned at 6:40 PM regarding a 30% waiver, is that in between first and second reading, or is that being amended now?
We're doing it between first and second. I just wanted everybody to be clear at first reading what we're planning to.
So as is.
Yes.
So, out of no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-1.
4-1. Okay, and that will conclude our PC items.
And
future legislation is, yes?
Chair, I'm so sorry. Did the commissioner want this on 414? Or it could be for,
Look, I'll leave it up.
we're gonna try for 414, but if we miss the deadline, for 28. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that will conclude our PC items. There's future legislation as just noticed to the public. The March 24th.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I've had a rough day.
Yes, you have. Yes.
Don't understand.
Is there any chance I could implore this body to take another stab at SR2, Miami Baywalk Greenway?
Oh, we didn't.
We already, fairly.
We did,
It was
and
voted.
I just want to see if there's any appetite to reconsider.
I will reconsider it.
Well, I will
Anybody
not,
else?
I will not. I'd stand at the third, we voted. That's it. What is your
Will of the
rush?
body, will of the body.
Do you have an ulterior reason to rush it? I mean, what is it? What is your rush?
is,
2 weeks is not gonna kill this.
40 years is too long.
No, 40 years is too long.
okay,
I mean,
Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner, we're just asking,
well,
so,
I'm against that.
okay, I got your against. Is there anyone else on the body that will consider bringing this back?
That proves my point, that there's an ulterior motive. That proves my point.
Okay, well,
See?
I
That proves
don't,
my point.
but there's no, just being fair and asking, there doesn't seem to be,
I'll make a formal motion to reconsider and just put it out there. If there's a
Well, you
second.
can't, you're on the losing side. You have to be on the prevailing side.
You're on the losing side.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Oh, what is the rule on that?
Yeah, you have to be.
Oh, here comes Masons.
Unfortunately, not on Masons. Oh.
Mason's coming, I didn't realize that.
On page 311 of Mason's, parliamentary law does not restrict the making of the motion to reconsider to a member who voted on the prevailing side of a question sought to be reconsidered. So
To a member voting on the prevailing side.
So Commissioner Russell can make the motion to reconsider. He was not on the prevailing side, but Masons does not prevent someone who was on the prevailing side.
But he wasn't the
Who
prevailing
was
side.
not on the prevailing side.
I'll remove my motion. Will of the body.
But he's
Will of the body.
he's still within his right to make the motion.
No, he's
Okay.
not. No, he's not. Read it again.
Motion removed.
Sure.
Read it again.
you know
Part-
Todd knows.
Okay, I just want to double check, because that's not the way it is in Tallahassee. I'm a Tallahassee guy, so you have
Go
to.
ahead, Todd, go ahead.
So
The
part-
hour is late.
Parliamentary law does not restrict the making of the motion to reconsider to a member who voted on the prevailing side of a question sought to be reconsidered.
On the
Prevailing side of the
He
motion.
wasn't on the prevailing.
He was on the
Commissioner
losing
Russell
side.
was on the prevailing side, so Masons does not prevent him from making the motion to reconsider.
Right, it's Roberts, you're absolutely correct. What you're saying is for Roberts rules. We're all used to Roberts rules and we have Masons.
The city uses Masons, so he can make the
Well, the
motion.
city uses whatever he wanted to use, so he
That is-
already, but he withdrew it anyway.
Okay, so there's a motion, is there a second? To reconsider SR, what was it, 2?
2.
SR 2. There's a motion, can we get a second? Going once, going twice. I'm gonna make the second. Okay, let's. I'm just trying to be fair. It's the last thing
It's
that's
not
happening.
being fair.
Okay,
It is
well,
because unless he tells me what ulterior motive he has,
Look at my back.
I'm not gonna, do it, because Mr. Russell,
I need a third, Chairwoman, and if it's not here, it's not here.
it's not here. It is
I'm-
not here.
So I'm not going to make a spectacle
All
out
right,
of it.
so
If there's not a will to take this up, there's
We're
not a
gonna
will to take this
withdraw
up.
that, we're gonna withdraw that motion, and I'm going to close the March 24th, 2022 Commission meeting for the City of Miami with my wonderful colleagues. It has been a pleasure today.